My name is Katie, and I hope everybody is having a lovely weekend. It is Saturday, April 25th. Can y'all believe that we're about to be at the end of this month? I just don't even know where April went. It seems like it came and gone, almost already gone already. And sorry, I'm shaking the camera. I'm trying to fix it. Kind of running behind here a little bit. That still looks crooked, doesn't it?
Right there. Well, let me look at the other screen here.
Oh, come on now. Behave yourself. I don't know. It's because I have this power cord on it and it aggravates it a little bit. And it makes it hard to twist it right. Oh, I need to be looking at the Zoom windows. That's the problem. I'm seeing delay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing delay. Of course I am. Uh-oh. Let me see. And I accidentally, oh, there we go. Now I can see what I'm doing. Okay, that'll have to do. All right. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to go down the rabbit hole here, but I had to fix the problem. Okay. So anyway, hello, and welcome everyone. It's good to see everyone. And Teresa's here with me, and you never know who else might drop in on this live. So stay tuned. Okay, so let's talk about a couple things first off. Let's see here. I need to do a little bit of finagling here. Okay. So let's say hi to everybody in chat because it looks like we got quite a few people already in here. Hi, Jess. Welcome. It's good to see you. Hello, Sylvia. Hello, Linda from Irisell Lady. It's good to see you also. Hello, Denise. Hello, Sylvia. Hi, Lorraine. It's good to see you. Hello, Cindy. Welcome. Hello, Katie. Welcome. Let me see. We have Linda Faust. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Hey, Brenda. Welcome. Hello, Jean. Hi, Sherry. And Sherry and I will be sewing tomorrow together for some more Alice in Wonderland's fun time. Hello, Annie. It's good to see you. Hello, Kathy. Welcome. Hello, Felicia. Wow, we have a lot of people in here. Hi, Nina. It's good to see you also. Hello, Susan. Look who's here. Susan from Butler Family Farms. Good to see you too. And hello, Carrie and Andrea. Good to see you. Those of you who are channel creators, if you type the word exclamation selfie, you are welcome to share your channel. And Susan says she's listening from her Fresno retreat. That's awesome. All right. So what are we going to do tonight? First off, let's talk about the question. Let's get that out of the way. Question number 23. Roughly how many people live in Greenland? And make sure you put your vote in. Is it A, 10,000? Is it B, 35,000? Is it C, 56,000? Or is it D, 100,000? How many people roughly live? And then what I'm going to do when I do answer the question is I am going to go get the statistics because we're going to talk about the breakdown of what percent are Inuits, what percent are Danish, and what percent are other countries. Like we have a small amount of Americans that live here. Like in my town, there's 2 of us, but there's also one in Narsok, which is interesting. And he's a linguist. So he's been helping with taking Greenlandic so it can be translated to other languages. So they've been working on that. And then we have some in Nuuk, I think. I don't know exactly how many live in Nuuk, but there's a few that live in Nuuk that's been here for like a long time. I'm not talking about the United States military. It's more about people who actually have been contributing to Greenland. So we'll talk about that. There's people from the Philippines, and there's also people from Thailand that live here also. And let me tell you what, the people from the Philippines and the Thailand people, they are workers like you wouldn't believe. I mean, it's crazy how hard they work. So anyway, so make sure you put in your vote. Make sure you write down the question because this is going to contribute toward, we are going to be 2 questions away from when we start getting ready for the drawing, which will be on the first Thursday of May. And I'm giving away two $50 gift cards, two $25 gift cards. That's the plan. So make sure you vote. Now, if you're wrong on the vote, it's no big deal. But what will be a big deal is you having the right answer when you fill out the form. And here I'm going to share the form form link again. So that you can find the form. So make sure you keep where that is, and I'll be posting it multiple times over the next several days, especially because you have about a week to get the form done. Make sure you put the right answers. And as I've told everybody, we started this on the first Thursday of March. It will end on the last Thursday of this month. And so every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday that I had a live, you will find a question there, and you can find the answer to the question around the between 2 to 2 hour and 45-minute time frame. Or you can go watch yesterday's video, because guess who gave all the answers so far that we had? Not the new answers that we're getting now, but from yesterday, from the first Thursday of March until yesterday, I actually read all the questions and gave all the answers for those who wanted to catch up. So you can go over there. Oh, there's that word. So you guys can go watch yesterday's video to get all the answers if you want to do it that way. So take your pick. All right, done with that. Okay, so Teresa, what are you planning on working on this evening or this afternoon, your time?
Right now, I'm working on the layer cake quilt top. It's just sewing layer cake squares together, and they're going to be on point. I started it over on the channel earlier today. We worked on it. So, and I might work on the horse later on. I don't know. We'll see.
That would be great. That horse is really coming along now. You're on a roll.
Yeah.
Which I'm just loving the whole process of it. Makes me want to do one, but not one that intricate.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I showed those, many of you might not know this, but I sent her a link for a horse, and I'm like, you know what, me and you should do this one. Because it's a very beginner one. Anyhow,
be a lot easier.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Okay, so since I didn't have a live yesterday because of extenuating circumstances, so here's what happened yesterday. About 4 days ago or 5 days ago, I got contacted by the veterinarian, the traveling veterinarian that Nora had saw back in October. And when I took her to see the vet back in October, I didn't think to bring her passport with me. But at the time, I didn't know she was going to Denmark with me either. I mean, we didn't even know we were going to Denmark back then, because I thought I was going to go to the United States. So there was no intentions of, traveling with Nora. So I got a hold of her. She was supposed to come to our town in January, but things happened where she didn't make it over here. So she contacted me about 4 days ago and said, I'll be down here working with sheep farmers all for the next several days. And each time, if I make it back to Kukordak to stay at the hotel, I will contact you so that we can get Nora's passport taken care of. So I didn't know exactly what day it was going to be, what time it was going to be, or anything like that. And then she texted me yesterday about an hour before my live was supposed to start. It said, can you meet me at such and such time, which meant what time she was having me meet her was running into me. Actually, I would already been in my live when it started. So I sacrificed last night's live so I could go take care of this, because she has to have a passport to travel to Denmark and back. And I needed to make sure that got done, because she could do it in person instead of us trying to do it the hard way, which the hard way would have been taking it was a bunch of rigmarole, because the veterinarian has to actually sign off on the passport, prove that she had had her vaccinations, do a health check, do all that kind of stuff. So that all got done yesterday during the time frame I would have been live. So that's why I didn't have a live yesterday. Now tonight, we're going to have 2 questions because of that. So you missed out on yesterday's question. So I just gave you yesterday's question now. And tonight I'm going to give you the other one, because next week we only have one live at April left, and that's Thursday the 30th. So we will get 2 questions tonight. Okay, so that's what happened about yesterday. All right, now, and I posted on my community tab about it, but I don't know how many people saw what had happened. All right, let's discuss the next part of what we're going to be doing as a channel together, okay? As you remember, we've already started a channel so long that's probably going to last until right before I fly to Denmark. We should be finished with that channel so long by then, and we'll be doing it every other week all the way up to when I get ready to fly out of here. The other one is going to be every other, the opposing opposite week. And I haven't made a decision on how big it's going to be. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to play the game, and I'll explain about the game. And there's 2 parts to this Scrappy contest. Now, here's the thing. It's going to be like a contest, sort of. On one part of it, I'm going to be saying, instead of saying Simon says, I'm going to say Katie says, and I'm going to ask you to cut certain sizes out of your scrap pile, okay? The other portion of it has to do with you setting aside everything that's smaller than 1 inch. Don't toss them out. Make one pile of 1 inch and bigger. Everything else is smaller than that, set it aside, because we're going to do something with those. We're going to, because those are considered crumbs, okay? And we'll have 2 different piles. And on the crumb part, we're going to do improv sewing. And the improv sewing is just going to be you guys sewing all these little pieces together, however you want to. I don't want you to spend much time thinking about how you're sewing them together. Like what I mean is if one's a triangle, you can sew off one side of it and then add off on the other side. You're just going to make it to a certain size. And when you get it to a certain size, I'm going to have you trim it down to a certain size. And then we're going to go from there. Now, here's where you have a say in, well, you have a say in everything we do, but you can get as loose as you want with this, meaning you just go with the flow. Don't think too much, because this is what I want you to do. I don't want you to think too much, number one. On the Katie says, the only thinking is going to be involved is me telling you how many to cut of what size. That's it. And then you're going to set them aside. And then 2 weeks later, I'm going to tell you what to do with those things, with the sizes we cut. And we're going to continue on, and we're going to be making a collage of scraps with color. Now your scraps, I have scraps here that have backgrounds right here. You can use all parts. Like this is a mishap flying geese. It was the wrong side, so it got thrown into my scrap pile. You can do that. You can use half square triangles, leftover stitch and flips, leftover strips, whatever you have. That's what we're going to do. And I'm mixing mine with cottons. There's plenty in here that are like that. So you can actually rotate your color between, if you have background in the middle of your scrap pile, you can use backgrounds to rotate between your colors. I just want you to use those scraps. That's part of it. Now, about midways, I'm going to decide on what kind of contest we're going to have, because the contest will end up with either a gift card, or maybe I will mail y'all some fat quarters or something like that. Or you never know with me, because finally the mail system is finally settling down, and I figured out how to mail things back out now. But either way, I'll do some kind of drawing, and as long as you stay involved in the sew along, you can participate in it. So let's go through what I want you to do. What is a stitch and flip? A stitch and flip is where, well, here's a good example. Here's a stitch and flip. This is a flying geese that I was making, and you're sewing on a square, and you're sewing on the diagonal, and then you're flipping this over so that it makes a flying geese. That's a stitch and flip. But you have to trim this side off, and you're going to have this left over, which is what I was talking about. I have lots of these half square triangles because you have both sides of it left over, and we can actually sew these and incorporate them in the Scrappy Sew Along instead of throwing them out. A lot of people throw them out. I don't throw mine out. I have a bucket full of them over there. And yeah, so that's a stitch and flip. That's what that is. Okay. All right. So here's what you need to do. And you write this down so you don't forget. You're going to take your scrap pile, And anything that is larger than 1 inch, you're going to put in one pile. Okay. In the other pile, anything that's smaller, like this is smaller. This might be 1 inch. Let me find something smaller than I actually, or you can put, or smaller can be your stitch and flips. This is from a stitch and flip. You can do that. And so you'll have 2 piles. And then next, when we meet again in 2 weeks, I'm going to do Katie Says, and we're going to start out working with the bigger pieces. And I'm going to say, well, I want you to cut this many 1 inch by 1 inch squares out of your scraps. And that's how it's going to be. And then I might say, I want you to cut some 1 inch by 1.5 inch and cut so many of those. We are going to do there will be some half square triangles involved in this. There's going to be hourglass blocks involved, and there will also be quarter square triangles involved. And we'll be doing it all just from this pile of scraps. The other thing is when we're sewing these together, some of the stuff is going to actually be sewn as a 1 inch by 1 inch or 1 inch by 1.5. So some of our parts of our sew along will be smaller than other parts, but it'll all come together as one unit before it's over with. And then I will see how everybody's progressing, and we'll decide on, I think we should decide as a group, those that are sewing, we'll get about a month or a couple months in on this, and we'll make a decision on how big we want to make it. Do we want to make it like a little mini that you can hang on your wall? Do you want it to be a little bit bigger to hang on your wall? Or do you want to make placemats from it or pillowcases from it? What do you want to do with it? And we're going to do, I'll set up a couple polls after I get some feedback from you, and then we'll do the polls, and we'll more or less figure out what size we're going to do. Now, that does not mean that you have to do it in that size. If you decide, well, no, I want to make placemats regardless of what size, then do placemats, because the idea is to use this stuff up instead of throwing it in a bag or throwing it in a garbage can. And the other thing is if you don't want to mess with scraps, period, and you don't want to do this so long, but you don't know what to do with your scraps, I know some people in the channel that could use the scraps. And Andrea from Mama J Patterns is one of them. There's 2. Rita probably could use the scraps. If you don't want to keep your scraps, send them to someone else who will use them to make something. Because with Andrea makes quilts that she turns around and donates. So there's plenty of people out there that will take the scraps, make them into something, and then turn around and give them back away, give them away. So that's what our plan is. So your homework for this part of our channel so long will be to separate your scraps. Anything 1 inch and above, put aside. Anything smaller, in another pile, and then house them. And then in 2 weeks, I'm going to give you your first assignment on what to cut. And we'll cut some of it in the live. We're not going to sew it in the live. I just want you to cut first, because I got to decide how many of each size I want you to cut. And then when we come back again, we're going to sew them together. And I know that means, well, goodness, that's a long time waiting to sew something. Well, we still have the other channel so long we're doing. And I'm one of these. I want to enjoy the process, not rush through the whole dang thing. So that's why I'm kind of like going slow. All right. So that's your homework for that. And that's all we're going to do with this tonight or today. And now I'll tell you what I'm going to work on. I started working on Katie. Tonight is going to be WIP night again. And here's where I am on Katie's Creative Chaos. I've already sewn, I've got 2 sets of 4 blocks sewn together now. I just dropped one on the floor. I need to look at it because I always get myself confused. Okay, here's one with 4 blocks sewn together. I haven't decided. I was going to do 5 by 7, meaning 5 of these big blocks. This is, let me show you what I mean by the block. This is 1 block unit right here, and it's 16 3/4 of an inch. And right now I have sewn 4 of them together, and this is what 1 row looks like. And I haven't decided if I'm going to add that 5th one yet or not. but this is what I've got done. I've got 2 of these done so far. Here's the other one. So you can see they're quite, this is already quite big. If I add one more, this will end up a queen size. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna work on tonight. I've already got sashing on all of the 16 3/4 inch blocks. I did that yesterday. I did quite a bit on Sean's live, not Sean, on William's live last night. I got a lot done last night. And then the night before, I also, after I got back from the veterinarians, I watched other people's lives and I worked on these blocks. And I also did a lot of sewing on William's live from Friday night. Friday, let's see. Thursday I worked on this, and then Friday, because I didn't have the live, I ended up working on these anyway and sitting in other people's lives is what I did, and then worked on while I was on William's channel. That's what I was doing as well. So that's what I'm gonna work on tonight. I'm gonna keep on working on this. I have, so I need to put a sack. So here's the thing. When I put these blocks together, before I start sewing them together, I need to put another sashing on this side so that when I join these two, there is a sashing in between each of these blocks. So what I'll do tonight is I'll continue on putting sashing on, and then I'll start sewing them together. And this one, I only have 3, so it'll be where I have 2 sewn together. And what I'll do after I do that is I'll get some hourglass units made, and we'll go ahead and start attaching hourglasses to these blocks. And I know I'm not going to have enough hourglasses, so I've got to make some more, and which I have started. Okay, so that's the plan. So let's see what everybody's saying in the chat. And then I'm going to get going on this. And if anyone has any questions, Nikolai says, good that I do different cuts and sew different things. You're so funny, honey. Nikolai said nuke, by the way. All right, let me back up because I know I missed some stuff. Rita says, sniffle, sniffle. I do not have any scraps. Sniffle, sniffle. Oh, see, there's someone who doesn't have any scraps. Oh, my gosh. But anyway, this whole thing's going to be very fun because we can get as creative as we want. I know that some of this stuff is outside Minnie's wheelhouse because they love organization. Organized sewing. That's what I meant to say. And so doing this scrappy thing is outside of a lot of wheelhouses, but come on, you guys, we're just going to have fun sewing. You're going to be running that machine and it's going to be buzzing along, and you're not going to be, you're just going to be doing, not thinking. All right. Annie says, oh, thank you, Katie. Haven't heard it called a stitch and flip. Yeah, some people call it stitch and flips. It took me a while to figure out what a stitch and flip was. And then Andrea says, I have a bunch of 3/4 inch half square triangles that I made yesterday. See, look at there. I have a bucket full of half square triangles that are from stitch and flips that I started sewing. And so all I got to do is press them open, and I have bunches of half square triangles. Okay. Katie says hi to Rita. And then Starling says, Rita, what's that saying about some men die of thirst while others drown? Wish I could share my scrap stash with you. And hello, Sarah Stitches. Welcome, welcome. She said, I just finished this crappy quilt pattern from Lori Holt. Uh-oh. She says, your scraps are tiny. Some of them are, yeah. And then Rita says, I have used all my scraps making the little houses and the Dresden, and then I am now making the fantabulous Scrappy Star Quilt. I have 0 scraps. Somebody needs to send someone some scraps. Then she says, Sylvia, Rita says to Sylvia, well, I look at it this way. Does it matter the direction? And then Andrea says, I just got involved with a new charity called Quilts for Cops. We make quilts for human and canine officers who are recovered. I need masculine fabric for that. And she says, well, Andrea, hey there, Face to Ace. How are you? Says, I'm passing through to say hi. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Jamie. It's good to see you. We need to sew together, girlfriend. It has been a minute since you and I have sewn together. Let me see. Think I've caught up now. And now Face to Ace is saying, take care, my friends. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you. All right. Now I'm caught up. Hey, honey, how's the weather over there in Nuke? And then Susan says, I would play, however, I'm trying to finish tops in progress before starting a new project. Okay. Don't forget to answer the question because I will probably answer that question in an hour and then post a new question. Jamie says, I know it, Katie. Yep, we need to get together and sew. We ain't done it in a while. I'm trying to think when the last time we've seen each other on a live. It's been sew together on a live. I think it's been a while. I think it's been a minute. It's been a hot minute. Well, that one was long enough. Oh, that's a long strip. Okay. So what I'm doing is I had to cut some more strips because I ran out last night, and I have some more cut in there too to work with because I'm going to need quite a few strips for this. And then I got to cut more to make some really long ones that's going to go in between each of the rows. So there's one right there. All right, this is enough to get started. Okay.
Did you happen to say what day of your live you're going to do that Scrappy challenge?
It'll be 2 Fridays or 2 because today's Saturday and I was going to do it on a Friday, I think.
Do you do them on Fridays?
I think I'm going to either do it on a Friday or Thursday. Let me see what I got on my calendar here. I got to remember which night I planned on doing it on. It's Thursday. Because the Thursday one we were going to do, the channel's so long. No, wait. That's going to be on Fridays. So I probably will do it on Thursday. So either Thursday or Saturday, one of the two. Are you thinking about getting in it?
Yeah, I have shitloads of scraps.
So which weekday is better for you, Thursday or Saturday?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. So either or is fine. All right. Let's do the Scrappy one starting on May this. We'll start the cutting of it on May the 7th when I tell you what you need to do, because it'll be Katie Says. And I'm gonna put that on my calendar so I don't forget I said that. So we'll start on May the 7th. So you have till May the 7th to get all your scraps ready to go.
So basically you're just going to be sewing scraps together to make a larger piece of fabric.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. Yep.
Make fabric.
Yep. But I'm gonna have them when we do it, like say I have you take 1 inch square and sew it to a 1 inch by 1.5 inch rectangle side by side.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll be switching it back and forth between that. And every so often we're gonna have a half square triangle stuck in between one of those things, or an hourglass in between it. So and then we'll do it row to row and then sew each row together as we go. So that's why I said don't worry about colors running into each other. The idea is just to have fun.
Just to sew. I did something similar like that, but I did use strips, you know, to sew all my strips together.
Yeah.
And then I just kept sewing and sewing and sewing until they were a little bit bigger than 10 inch.
Yep.
And then I trimmed them all down to 10 inch. And I think that's what I did. And then I put them on point. So
yeah, see, You're giving me ideas. So you and I should create this together, huh? Yeah, and the other thing is if they decide they don't want to make this big scrappy maximalist quilt, they could turn it into placemats or small
Right.
table toppers or mini quilts to hang on the wall just to show off, hey, this is my scrappy outside of my box kind of thing. The idea is just sew and not think too much about it and have fun.
I'm thinking I've always wanted to make curtains,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see?
out of the squares and stuff like that. So I'm thinking I'm just going to sew it together like
Yeah.
yardage and then see how much I get. And I might just make curtains for my sewing room.
I was thinking about making curtains where the quilty part was facing inside towards you and have a old, because I have light blocking curtains hanging up, but figure out how to pretend like it's a quilt sandwich and sew it on the back side, which is facing inside the house. Is what I mean.
Right.
That way the sun never kisses the fabric that's quilty, but
Yeah.
it's mounted onto the curtain. It's part of the curtain. I just have to figure out how to do that, but I think it can be done. It'd be just like using a curtain as the backing.
Right.
And decide whether you want to put any batting in between it or not, for insulation purposes. To me, if you insulate it, you're keeping the heat out, one, or you're keeping the cold out, whichever place you live in.
Right. And you could also just not do any of that.
Yeah.
And it ends up looking kind of like a stained glass.
Yeah, there's that. See?
Which is really cool. So if you guys want to see what I'm talking about, go over to the last homely house, and her name is Kate. Do you watch her?
No, but you need to send me the. Uh-oh, look what happened here.
Yeah.
No, but send me the link because I'll definitely.
Her whole one side of her house, she has curtains that are like, I think it's 2 inches finished. I'm not exactly sure what size the squares are, but it looks really cool, you know. And I don't know if she put anything behind it or not.
I don't know either because I was wondering if the sun would break down the stitches or not.
Well, she lives in the UK, and I think she kind of, I have seen sun come in on that side of the house, but not direct sunlight, you know.
Okay, what is this thing doing? It's doing what it's not supposed to be doing. Oh, there it is.
I have a bunch of shears,
Mm-hmm.
and I could probably attach that to those shears, and that would help protect the threads.
Yeah, exactly.
And it would still be kind of see-through.
Y'all bear with me here. I'm having some kind of something with this phone.
Bottom.
It's weird. Maybe it got too hot or something, but I don't think so because it doesn't feel hot. All right, let me go back to Messenger so I can find the link again. Because it looks like I'm off. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened there. It looks like someone texted me and knocked me off of Zoom.
Oh.
Or tried to call me or something. I don't know. It's giving me trouble. It's actually not one. Oh my gosh, I think I have to restart my phone. Yep, got to restart it. So we're going to be without a camera here for a minute or two. So I got to restart the thing. I don't know what happened just then. Hey, Andy. All right, let me backtrack here and see what I missed, and then I'm going to start sewing.
Bye,
Andy says,
Susan. Hi, Andy. Hi, Katie.
Rita is too funny. And Katie says, I'm up to my eyeballs in curtain making now. And
Yeah,
Andrea says, I normally already sew my scraps together, but I have a few scraps that I have not been doing that with. Yeah, she misorganized over there with Andrea. Because I've seen how she sews her scraps together. Because if you go look at the interview I did with Andrea, she shows you what she does with her scraps. Okay, Rita says, Katie, wait a minute. You're telling me we are supposed to think when we sew? Oh no, I've been doing this whole sewing wrong for 58 years. And Andy says, popping in real quick to say hi and give a thumbs up. Gotta run. Bye all. See you later, Andy. And Sylvia says, yes, Katie, curtains are beautiful. It's also in her, oh, yes, Kate, curtains are beautiful. It's also in her garden cabin. And then Andrea says, there is a Korean method of quilting where you make it flat felt seams, and so the seams are not exposed. It ends up looking like stained glass. Ooh, you use batik so the color is on both sides. Yeah, I'm just worried the sun's going to fade to dye. Kate made is that pohagi or pojagi? How do you say that? P-O-G-A, no, sorry. P-O-J-O-G-I. Style curtains, they do fade. Yep, I knew they would. Especially for me in the summertime, because right now the sun is like blasting us. Rita says, hi to Danny's in here? Oh no, that's Andy. Andy is Crafty Witch, Rita. And then Andrew says, I will be doing that soon as I can get enough batik scraps served up. And she's, let's see, Annie says, I'm about to order a rhombus template from Missouri Star Quilt Company and some fabric for a tumbling block quilt. Oh, that sounds like fun. And then Susan says, from Butler Family, where did it go? Uh-oh, I lost something. Oh, there it is. She says, going to drop off. Have a great day. Then Rita says, I just do not save scraps like that. I use them all the time. Scraps make excellent borders and bindings. And then Heidi says, I would sew my locks to my existing unicolor curtains. They would fade otherwise. Yeah. Would use it as insulation too. Yeah, I would. I think the insulating is great, especially where I live at. And then Cynthia says, hi, Katie, I will still see you. Hi, Teresa. Then Rita says, have dogs and cats. They think curtains are their beds, so they would pull them down. No curtains in my house. Well, okay. And then Andrea says, that is a method I am talking about. And Andrea says, I actually have a Bargello quilt top that I made and never quilted. I am going to line it and make into curtains for my living room. Ooh, what a great idea for a Bargello. I've never made a Bargello because I can't find a pattern that I like, or one that talks to me anyway.
Yeah, I haven't done a Bargello either.
Yeah, I don't want to do it the usual way everybody does them. I want to be different.
I actually don't know if I have enough scraps to do curtains. I'm just saying I would like to. So that might be like what I do this year is just keep adding whatever scraps I get, keep adding it to the fabric that I'm creating.
For whatever reason, it will not let me click on that.
And then depending on how much and how big it is, if I don't have enough for curtains, then maybe I'll just make a quilt out of it, or who knows what.
It's like something happened to the link, because when I try to click on it with the phone, it won't let me access it. It's weird. So I guess I have to send my phone the link again.
Oh, curtains making jelly rolls? Yeah, that would be nice too. That's from Jamie.
think I know what happened. I I forgot to put my phone back on Wi-Fi, and I've exceeded my data. Ooh, I just ran out of data. Because I forgot to switch my phone to Wi-Fi.
Has anybody made a yo-yo quilt?
I have.
I have not. No, not me.
Yeah, I don't even know how to make one, much less do the yo-yos. I don't know how to do any of that. It's one of the things. Sorry, guys.
Ooh, what was that?
My phone. I finally got it to go back online. Okay, now let's get it lined up here. No, I do not want my face on here. Okay. All right. No, it's still not switched around.
Hello, Chris. Yeah, I have never made yo-yos either. So I don't know how to make them. I think I need some lunch. I'm getting hungry.
Yep, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be hungry before the night is out too. Because I didn't eat anything before I started this live because I hadn't been that long awake because I was up till 6 o'clock this morning sewing. All right, there we go. Got the camera back. Yay! All right, let's see. Hi, Chris. Welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone joining in. I hope everyone is having a great Saturday. Saturday. All right, now back to sewing. Sorry about that, guys. But the curtain thing is very intriguing to me because I've been thinking about it on and off. About, I've got some, wouldn't that look cool as part of the, house since,
Yeah.
I make quilts.
But I could use this that I'm doing right now as curtains
Yep.
instead of making a quilt. That would be kind of cool.
See, I have all those charm squares I was talking about. Wouldn't that be cool? Sew all
Oh
those
yeah.
charm squares together and turn them into curtains.
Oh yeah. That's a great idea because
Yes,
I have a bucket loads of charms squares.
exactly. I have a boatload of them too. What a great way to use some of them.
And I just keep getting more and more from the fat quarter shop.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
I had a yo-yo quilt that traveled across Canada border by my great grandmother. Wow. This is not long enough.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Terry. Hi, Janet. She says, hello, quilters. I'm crocheting today, making an elephant. Two little babies in the extended family love spoiling them. Oh, that's cool.
Hey,
Maybe you can
Janet.
share your picture in my community tab of my YouTube channel when you get finished with it. Sure would love to see it. I think I've let all the heat out of the house now. Now I can go put it back to being just correct. Okay. I wonder if Nico's still in the channel. Hey, Sherry, she says, did I hear my name, Katie? Hey, you want to come on the live? Probably not. All right. How far in are we on the live right now? We started at 7:30. Is it been almost an hour already? How is that even possible? I haven't done a darn thing yet.
It's all that talking.
Yep, pretty much. Too much talking, not enough sewing. It always happens when you have a bunch of things you need to take care of first thing.
Right.
We're probably going to go ahead and she says, it's just John and I here tonight, so I won't. Okay. Yeah, I mentioned your name because I was talking about Alice's Wonderland. Tomorrow we're doing out. Tomorrow my day is going to be insanely crazy. Which reminds me, I need to be getting in the cold room to pull out my legit kit. So tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, it's going to be Sean and I sewing together. He's going to be working on his toasty, and I'm going to attempt to start. Well, I think last time we did the Ursula Major, I got 2 pages done. So we'll see how many pages of my Ursula Major we get done tomorrow on the live. I'm going, after the live tonight, I'll go ahead while I'm sitting in William's channel, pulling the pieces out for that. And I'm probably not going to be going to bed, I bet. Or if I do, it'll be for a couple hours. So anyway, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is me and Sean. And then at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, it's Sherry and I on her channel. And then right behind Sherry, starting at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, will be my Peace of Mind Mending Pieces, and it'll be Danny and Myra and myself to talk about mental health. We'll be doing that. And that's the way my Sunday's going to look tomorrow.
Pretty busy.
Yep. I just can't bring myself to not do my Peace of Mind. We had some scheduling conflicts is the reason it's getting done at the last minute. But I don't like missing them because I feel like we're doing really well with that get together every month. People are coming and talking, and we're learning a lot from Myra because Myra brings what she sometimes comes with the subject, because I'll say, hey, can you come up with a subject this time? So last time we talked about, she gave me a list and she says, pick a subject, and she knew which one I was going to pick. Well, there was 2 of them. One of them, though, is how to manage anger when you have it. How do you manage anger? And we had a long discussion about managing anger. And I thought it was very enlightening. Because sometimes anger can make you say things you wish you didn't say.
Oh, yeah.
Or wish didn't come out of your mouth when it came out of your mouth. Just like, why did I say that? Because I sure didn't mean it. But it's been such a blessing because people are getting more comfortable and asking more questions, and I'm talking about what they experience, and so it's been really nice.
Hello, together we travel.
Hello, together. What's your first name? I think I might know and forgot. And I think that aren't and you are from Tuber Chat's channel. Rita says, she says, manage anger is easy, but do not tell anyone where you hide the bodies, right? You are funny, Rita.
Let's see, we have, hi, Sarah. Sarah Stitch 2.
Yeah, hello, Sarah. It's good to see you. Did anyone else pop in? Oh, Denise came in. Hi, Denise. And
Hi,
hey,
Denise.
Jennifer. Anyone else that we missed up there that I can't see? Back up a little bit.
People for Eternity Homestead.
Oh, yeah, that's Jennifer. Prep 4.
Hello, everyone.
We're going to talk about the first question because I'm going to have to post the second question here directly since I didn't do my live last night. Probably could have set up a poll on the community tab and had them answer that way. Didn't think of it that way, though. Didn't think of that is. I hope I didn't just sew this on the wrong side. No, I did. No. Oh my God, I'm making a habit of this. I sewed this on the wrong side. Well, dang. Take it off real fast and go put it on the right side. It's supposed to be on. Oops. It's supposed to be over here on this side. I have different colors of duct tape at that, ha ha, says Rita. Mm-hmm. Has it warmed up your way, Teresa?
I think it's about 50, maybe.
You want to hear something funny? We spent 4 days with 65-degree temperatures. And then I walk out the house this morning after I finally got off of Williams Live to take Nora for one last potty patrol, and there's frost all over the ground. So I go look out the kitchen window. The lake that was thawing out was not thawing out because the temperature dropped below freezing.
Well, I had snow this morning, so.
So I'm thinking old man winter is really trying to retain his grip on us.
On us also.
Yeah. Not wanting to let go. And I'm like, come on, bring it on. Let's have spring. So any flies that had already started flying around that we saw outside, they're probably all dead now.
Hello, Sewing Wolf. She's working on a sewing sew along right this minute, but she hasn't started the new one yet.
Huh? Have you started the channel Sew Along? Which one are you talking about? Sewing Wolf, are you talking about the Scrappy one? Or are you talking about the one where we're using layer cakes and such? Because we're going to be doing 2 of them. I talked about the Scrappy one tonight.
Oh, you're doing a layer one? Layer cake?
Yeah, the other Sew Along I started 3 weeks ago, I think. So I've already given homework to assignment twice now. I'll send you the first 2 parts so you can read it, and I'll show you. There's actually a picture of what the quilt's going to look like in it too. because Andrea was
Okay, she's asking about the layer cake.
okay, the layer cake. Yes, we've started it, and I've given homework assignments to both. Let me get the link for the instructions for part 1 and 2, and I'll post the link because I put it on my Google Drive so people could download it. So give me a minute and I'll go fetch it. Google Drive. Where is that file? What PDFs? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to run downstairs for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Bear with me here for just a moment, please. Okay, says anyone. Yeah. All right. Here's the link for the instructions, Sewing Wolf. All right. All right, I have shared the link, and all you have to do is click on the link and download the PDF. It is in PDF format, and it has parts 1 and 2 instructions, along with some graphics so that you can see what it is we're going to be doing. But just do whatever the instructions tell you to do on 1 and 2, that's what you need to do. And then we're going to be sewing these blocks on the next week on Thursday. Is when we're going to be, no, sorry, Friday. Will be our next get together will be for that particular so long will be May the 8th. That's when we'll be sewing that together. Because I think we're in our last week of April, aren't we? No, we're not. My bad. No, we won't. We will be, yeah, wait a minute. We're here. There's Thursday. Yes, it's going to be May the 8th. Because Shonda and I are doing socialites on May the 1st. So May the 8th, have everything ready to go for that particular sew along. And then I'll write some instructions for the other sew along. Because there's not much to say other than split these up. Kitty, that goes to, huh? No? Oh, yes, it does. Hold on. Something didn't copy. Damn it. Why does it do that? Tells me it copied it when it didn't. Hang on. I got to get rid of that. Remove. I'm making all kinds of mistakes tonight. Green. This one should be correct. There it is. That's the correct one. Sorry about that, Sewing Wolf. Goodness gracious. There'll be about 5 parts to this sewing along. So the PDF that you're downloading is only showing the first 2. I'll add to that when we get ready to start part 3. And then you can update it. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna send Andrea part 3, and then if she, I don't know. Hey Andrea, are you there? Maybe I shouldn't volunteer her until I ask her. Annie says thank you. You're welcome, you guys. Now let's see if I can sew this on the right side it was supposed to be on, which is this side. Do my tweezers. You still there, Andrea? In the kitchen, putting dinner together. Hey, when you have a chance to answer, do you want me to just send you the written instructions for part 3 so you can add it to the PDF, or just do it in a text file and put it up? Let me know what you think about that. Because we could just add it and it turns into a full pattern before it's over with. Send it to me. Okay, we'll do. So what we'll do is I'll send her the update each edition as we do it, and then we'll update the pattern, and then you'll be able to re-download the updated PDF. Because one thing I discovered is I can't post PDFs on my community tab. And did someone ask about the community tab? I thought I saw someone asking about where to post pictures, but maybe I missed that. Time to answer the trivia question too. All right, let's do this so I can put the next question up. Question number 23. Roughly how many, let's see, we have 55 votes. And the question was, roughly how many people live in Greenland? 14% voted. Okay, I'll take care of that, Rita, after I answer the question. Thank you for finding that for me, because I thought I saw someone ask that. I will show y'all how to do that. All right. The question is roughly how many people live in Greenland? A is 10,000, 14% voted on that. B is 35,000, 21% voted on that. C is 56,000, 52% voted on that. And D was 100,000 and 12% voted on that. The answer is C, 56,000 live on this island. And yeah, and hold on a minute. We're going to talk a little bit about that very subject so that y'all will, oh, hang on a second. Okay, so here's how it works out. As of October 1st, 2025, the population of Greenland is approximately 56,699, and that's with slight fluctuations. The capital of Nuuk houses over 20,000 residents, while the overall population density is extremely low, with most residents living in urban areas along the coast. Birth rates for 2025 were 684 children born. The number of residents age 65 and over has grown to 6,325, which is 5.1%. Origin as of February 2025, 81% of the population consists of individuals born in Greenland with 2 Greenland-born parents. In the urban areas, approximately 88.2% of the population lives in urban centers. Gender distribution in early 25 was about 52.5% of the population was male, while 47.5% was female. The population density remains the lowest in the world at 0.14 persons per square inch. And I don't, one other thing I thought you might find interesting, hang on a second, has to do with the percentage of what ethnic background or ethnic background lives here. Oh, I'm waiting on this thing to load. So the answer is 56,000 while I'm waiting on this thing to load up. So that's the answer. C, 56,000. No, Denise, he doesn't. All he's doing is translating Greenlandic to English. That's his job. He's an American-born person who's learned Greenlandic. And he's working with other people to help do the translating. And this is taking a while to load up. So while I'm waiting on that to load up, let me go ahead and post the next question. The next question is going to be, what country is Greenland a part of? Let me do this. Is it A, Iceland, B, Norway, C, Denmark, or D, Sweden? Okay, so the new one's posted. All right. Now let me see if that other page loaded up I was after. Still hasn't loaded all the way. It must be a big file. I need to know. Coach. Okay, so Greenland's international twist is growing, now representing 4.5% of the population total. The largest immigrant groups are the Philippines, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and then there's some Denmark in there, and a very small percentage of people from America. I mean, really small, like 0.0 something. Because they don't add the population of the 200 soldiers that live in Thule Air Base. That's not added to this. Okay, so that's what you see. Anyway, thought y'all find that interesting, especially for those of you who like data. Okay. All right, now let me go back and catch up on everybody, and then I'm going to get back to sewing.
How many people live in Greenland?
56,000.
Oh.
Well, now it's 56,699. But it kind of fluctuates because a lot of the young people will move from Greenland to Denmark for education purposes. Like that's where Hanifa is right now. That she's the young lady that you've met, I think, on one of my lives, that house sits and takes care of Nora. She's in Denmark right now, living and getting her doing more education. Okay, let me see. I missed some comments, so let me back up real quick. And we'll discuss how to post pictures here in just a minute. All right. And I answered Denise's question. Hey, hey, Happy. It's good to see you here. And Denise says, is there a book of work or videos that are available to the public? What do you mean by work? Oh, I don't even know what his name is, Denise. I met him one time, and I don't remember what his name even is. I don't know the answer to that question. I have no idea. Let's see. Hi, Lori. It's good to see you. And Brenda says hi from Michigan. Okay, I'm caught up. All right. One other thing I got to do, and then I'll get back to sewing. We're going to, well, first I need to get the browser. I got to show everybody how to share their pictures over on my YouTube channel. Community tab.
Okay.
Because someone wants to know how to do that. So I'm going to show you how to do it. And it's similar as far as the phone. You shouldn't have any trouble if you use a phone. Okay, let me go to me. Then go to my YouTube channel. Okay, now I'm going to share the screen from my Zoom. And then someone else just come in. Hey, Gladys, it's good to see you. Teresa, what size are the setting triangles in your layer cake quilt?
I don't know.
Well, if the layer cake squares are 10, they're 10 inch, right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't you need to at least make it 10 and a half, maybe?
I think it's going to be more than that. I think somebody told me
either 10 and a half or 11, maybe?
It's got to be more than that because
okay, while you're figuring that out, I'll share.
Yeah, I got to figure it out.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm gonna show them this. Okay, I know. Can everyone see the screen here that says Greenland Quilter? Let me know in the chat. Do you see it?
Yep.
Okay. Up here, you see, I'm going to move my mouse so you can see. Right here, do you see where it says community? Now, there's two ways you can do this. You can either go here where it says post, or you can go to community. So just click on the community tab. And then right here, you'll see where it says, what is on your mind? And down here below that, now you're not going to see all this stuff you see here on mine. You're only going to see image. So you're going to click on image, click select from your computer or your phone, whichever you're on. And let me find a picture to share. Let's do that. Or not. Let's do this one. Okay, you're going to click open. It's going to show up right here in your box. Then you're going to go up here and type something. I'm going to put, oops, wrong keyboard. I'm going to type in here what this is. I'm going to add a little bit of stuff behind down below. Sometimes and then you come down here and you click on the post button. And there it is. The picture shows up in there. So that's all you got to do. Piece of cake. That's all. If you're on the Greenland Quilter Facebook group, you can also share it there, or you can share it in both places. It's up to you what you want to do. Okay, and we're going to stop the share now. That's all you got to do. Very easy. I hope that helps. Okay, back to work. Everybody's getting the answer right here. Wow, big percentage.
Okay. So, according to the Quilting Bible, the Quilter's Reference Tool booklet, the diagonal measurements for squares. If you have a 10-inch square, then I will need a 14 by 1/8 inch square, and then I cut it on the diagonal to get my triangles.
Wow, that much bigger?
That's what it says.
Wow, I would not have known that. Have you decided what you're going to use for the triangles?
Well, I don't think I have enough. Yeah. Oh, yes. Let me show you. So I have this pretty little fabric that is little light blue speckles,
Mm-hmm.
and it's on white.
That's real nice.
Yeah, so I think this will be fine. So that'll be my triangles and my corners. And I think I have enough fabric for it. Looks like I got at least 2 yards, so that should be enough.
How many quilt tops do you think you make a year?
Well, I used to make a lot, but I've cut back because I have so many. Yeah. But I want to say right now, like 4.
Oh,
I think
okay.
I made maybe 4 or 5 last year.
Have you been doing any long arming lately?
No, I've been having, along with the asthma, heart problems. So,
Kind of not leaving you with a lot of energy.
you're right. So I've been sleeping a lot. And then I get little boosts of energy here and there.
Do you think it's the medication causing your wanting to sleep, or
Yeah, that Metropol makes you tired,
goodness?
which I had a problem with fatigue anyway.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Terry. Denise, I called it the Quilting Bible, but that's not the name of it. It's called the All-in-One Quilter's Reference Tool. And I actually got this from the Sew Sampler box, but you can find them on Amazon. And you probably can find it over at the Fat Quarter Shop too. It's pretty handy.
Yeah, I have that little book over here too. And I have a couple more books coming to me that's going to come from, I think yeah.
Well, I'm glad you were
I was
there,
listening to
Terry.
the
Thank you.
live earlier, or listening to your live earlier. Time to check up on my neighbor. Catch y'all soon. Okay, we'll be here. Because I'm running a long live tonight. A long one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run it straight into William's channel. And then I'm gonna go hop on his live and do some more sewing. Nikolai's gone, so it's like trying to keep my mind off of that.
Right.
So I see lots of sewing going on this week. Probably every day I'll be doing something. Forgot to look on my phone and see if any, oh, today is Saturday. No, there won't be no messages about mail. Maybe I'll get some mail next week where I can do a couple of unboxings. Because I'm expecting something from Cotton Cuts for one thing, another Java box, I think. And because I decided not to switch it to the classic box because I have that ability because I'm doing the platinum now. But I also ordered something from Fat Quarter Shop. And now I got to order something else I discovered I need. It's weird. All these things I need for applique.
Oh, right.
I don't have stuff like that, just laying around. So we're going to be buying some other stuff. I need some more supplies. Terry says, I will stay if I can. Been busy, been working in the garden. Kitty, what fabric line are you using on the project today? These are, hang on. I might know, I have some of the labels in my drawer here. Not all the labels, but part of them. One of them is Garden Girl by Riley Blake. I I have some hopscotch that, but I can't remember which fabric company did the hopscotch. A lot of this that you see in here is like between 2015 to 2020 charm squares I used. Another one is, that's not it. Hold on a sec. That's not. Anyway, it's charm squares you can't even buy now because they're very old. Not old like in the grander scheme of being, you know, vintage. And then there's one here, it's called Flutter and Shine. That one's in there. And I don't know what I did with the rest of the labels, but I have 4 charm square charm cats mixed in here. And there's this hopscotch that's involved in here as well. So it's a variety of different fabric lines. All right, let's sew these on. I probably should have written it down, but I didn't.
You're welcome, Denise. Sorry, you guys. I had to get some lunch. I was starving.
Yeah, you can eat. Go right ahead. I'm not gonna, yeah, because this is gonna be very long. I don't know how long you'll be able to stay, but stay as long as you can. Stay as long as you want to, is what I'm saying. I want to get some sewing done since I've spent the last hour yakking.
I'm having a tuna fish sandwich, actually a half a sandwich.
Sounds tasty.
And a few corn chips. And some spicy hot pickles.
Ooh. You and Brandy gonna try to do some fishing this summer?
Definitely.
I know I want to go off on the boat myself.
As soon as it warms back up, I want to get out there and do some fishing.
I'm hoping I can get some more content. I'm thinking about because I lost a hard drive that had my helicopter stuff on it and my 2 little adventure things I went on. All of that was lost on that hard drive. Thinking about playing tourist on one of the ice cap safari ones, so that I can get some more new footage of what that ice cap looks like, because it's deteriorating even further. I think pretty soon we're not going to be able to even go up to touch it because it'll be too far away. And the other one, I'm hoping we'll go out with Torben and we're going in that generalized direction. We can at least sail by it so we can see what it looks like, as far as if it's because right now there was part of it still sitting on the water, but I mean there was very, very little of it sitting on the water. So I'm thinking it may have melted enough where now it's sitting up on land now, which means it's going to start showing the mountain that is covered up. So it'll be interesting to see where it is at this point. Because I heard that the one up in Kangaroosawalk, and someone posted a video of that one. My goodness, you can't hardly see it without having a. I think they said it's now 20 kilometers away from the airport now because it shrank that much.
Wow.
It's kind of shocking because you'd think further north it wouldn't be as bad, but it's worse up there than it is down here. I want a tuna on a ciabatta, and I bet I was saying that wrong. Ciabatta roll. Oh, that sounds tasty. Things are great, says Cynthia. Got to see both of my boys on Thursday and Friday. Sewing today and wedding shower prep tomorrow. Oh, tonight. Yeah. When do you head back to North Carolina? Or I'm sorry, I don't know why I said North Carolina. When do you head back to Virginia, Cynthia? You know what I did? I left my iron plugged in last night.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, good thing it goes to sleep. But I know what's going to happen because if Nikolai's still sitting here watching, he's going to say something. I guess I'll have to put a sign up here. Turn the iron off before you leave the room.
Mm-hmm.
It's just because I get distracted with doing something. And that's how come I forget about it. But it does go to sleep when it sits idle. Things
Well,
like
that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Just
I don't know if the bread I'm eating has a special name, but it is like whole wheat with a lot of different seeds in it. Sunflower seeds and stuff like that. It's really good.
I like the Nature's Own honey wheat bread, but I also like your one that has the oats in it.
Oh, yeah. And it's non-GMO, so it's all good flour, you know, supposedly. I think your daddy went outside without you. And I'm sorry, but you can't have tuna fish.
Nora has to lose 2 kilos of weight.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm adjusting her to her new amount of dog meat that I give her.
Give her green beans.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing is feeding her fruit and stuff like that. That doesn't take as much.
Yeah, just.
She says, what do you feed for treats? I said, Amasat. She says, how many are you giving her Amasat? I don't know. I said, sometimes we give her 4 or 5. She says, only give her 1.
You can give her green beans as a treat.
Yeah, I have some in the freezer too, so I could do that. Because I think all she wants to do is do that nibbling thing anyway.
If she doesn't like green beans, try asparagus.
She likes green beans. She likes carrots, tomatoes. Definitely loves apples.
And when I cut fresh broccoli, I save the stem and I chop that up for my dogs as a treat.
I'll have to do that with her.
They really like it.
She could eat that, knowing
They
her.
like asparagus. They like green beans.
Knowing me.
And if she won't eat them raw, You can always boil them and soften them up a little bit, you know.
You
I
know,
used
I
to
don't,
get the green beans by the case
yeah.
in, you know, in the can that were unsalted.
Well, I buy frozen haricots, which is a green bean. It's just a French bean, is all it is. Uh-oh, I need to mark this fabric first.
Well, I bought them for the dogs. So,
Yeah, because I don't buy canned beans. But she'll eat them raw. I don't have to cook them. Because
oh, that's good.
frozen beans are only what, blanched for like a minute or something like that.
Yeah, not long.
Yeah, so I fed them to her raw. I feed the berries to her that same way too, because I buy them frozen.
Yeah, you could give her berries as for a treat too.
She loves the berries. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Oh God, Willa loves huckleberries.
Yeah, it's like as soon as they get out in nature, they start grazing.
Hmm.
Let's find the fruit. I noticed yesterday she was sticking her nose into the grass trying to find new shoots of grass growing already. Because I know what she's going to do. She's going to be eating some of it.
Oh
It's
yeah,
funny how
well,
dogs know that they can eat things.
yeah, the dogs eat grass. In fact, they
Yep.
need to do it all year long. That's why I give my dogs in the wintertime when there's no new grass, and there's a specific grass that they like,
Mm-hmm.
you know. That's why I feed them those broccoli stumps and asparagus. They really like asparagus, and that's kind of like grass, you know.
I wonder if I can buy frozen asparagus. I don't recall seeing it in the frozen food section, which means I would have to but I have seen it in the produce from time to time. I'll make sure to pick some up and try her with that. But I think she would eat anything. She don't care. She is a food-oriented dog. Terry says, hope
Well,
you can do it early with enough. Uh-oh, I missed something. Let me go up further.
and that would help her make her feel like she is getting all of her food, you know.
Yep, yep. Cynthia's nervous about the fit and actually sewing it together well enough to wear. Then Sylvia says, I saw a person who had iron in power strip. Same strip had Christmas lights hooked in if Christmas lights on iron was on. Oh, interesting. And then Terry says, I don't like bread with stuff in it unless I make it. And then Terry says, hope you can do it early with enough time to work things out. Talking to Cynthia, I'm pretty sure that's what that's about. Then Cynthia says, I've gotten bad about forgetting my iron lately. I need to make a sign to put on the wall yeah, same. Then Denise says 3 weeks till nuptials. And then Terry's asking about garment sewing. And then Terry says asparagus can be expensive. And yeah, and then Denise asked, isn't asparagus expensive? Isn't anything expensive right now? Everything's
Well,
expensive right
I'll
now.
I'll comment on that. Um, Things like that I tend to buy when they are plentiful, when they're growing, when they're harvesting them. You know, a lot of asparagus grows wild along ditches and you know places like that. And
I
so
didn't know that.
uh, I usually try to buy like a big flat of it, and then I just blanch it and freeze it. Uh,
Ooh,
it's it's much better fresh, but
frozen's the next best. Anything's better than a can.
right. And I do not like canned asparagus. Um, I like pickled asparagus, and those can be kind of expensive, but I can my own. And when I do canned asparagus, I just pickle them, spicy hot, pickled. And of course, I don't feed them to the dogs when they're like that. But so I want to say I probably pay like $1.99 or $1.50 a pound.
Is that a good or bad price per pound?
Well, in my area, it's good because in the wintertime, when they're not growing and they got to be imported, they're more like $3.99, $4.99.
Ooh, gotcha. Now that makes total sense.
Yeah. So the gal down at the store says, I'm going to get cases of asparagus. Does anybody want in? Like, okay.
Like, count me in. Oh my goodness.
Yes, exactly, Terry. Buy when things are in season and buy quantity if you can. Like I used to buy flats of blueberries and strawberries and raspberries and all that. We had friends that would go um, to Oregon over by Eugene, where all like they have fields and fields of blueberries, and you could get all that stuff pretty inexpensive. And then we would just, can them. Spend a lot of time canning. I don't do that much canning anymore.
I would like to learn how to can. I finally figured out how to make my own red sauce from tomatoes. And my next thing is to take cherry tomatoes and see if I can make tomato paste. But I'm gonna try to grow me some tomatoes when I get back from Denmark. It's gonna be a late start getting them started, but I'm hoping to grow a few in the window. I have a feeling I might not get enough to do anything with because I'll be eating them as fast as they grow. But maybe next year, since I won't be going anywhere during the summer, I can get my garden in finally because Nikolai's going to be building me some raised beds outside. We already have the spots I want to do it in. Get back to putting in cool season vegetables. And then grow the tomatoes in my window because I'm hoping to come back with some grow lights. And then I can grow some of them in the bathroom too. Because I have space in the bathroom for that. Our bathroom is like huge. Bedroom size huge. Meaning you could put a single bed in there. So it's about the same size as our cold room. Although I think it might be a tad bigger than the cold room.
Okay, Willa, let's go see it. I gotta go let Willa out now. I'll be right back.
Cynthia says, Katie, I'm the same way. I love tomatoes. Oh, yes. I've already learned how to make the sauce and then stick it in the freezer. I've been freezing them in canning jars in the freezer. Small amounts because that's all I can get out of like 3 or 4 packages of tomatoes. right. Jerry says, I love my hydroponic tiny. Yeah, what I'm going to grow inside is tomatoes and probably I'm looking for a smaller vintage tomato along with the cherry tomatoes, and I'll probably grow like one pot of peppers, but the rest of the pots will be tomatoes. Let's get another one on this one so I don't have to do it later. Basil with tomato. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use my kitchen window for growing things like oregano and basil, because that's a good spot for that. Denise says, good luck on tomatoes. Import costs on those are going to make a lot of products cost soar. Who were you talking about on that, Denise? You mean over here? Our tomatoes come from Spain. They don't come from the United States. I'm not too worried about it right now. And that's why I plan on growing some in my windows. I wish I could grow them in my bedroom windows because I have lots of windows in there too. Problem is I don't know how my asthma is going to react to tomatoes being in the same room with me. So I'm probably going to move what little houseplants I have to the bedroom windows and take up both sides of this for my tomatoes. And I'll put them in probably going to put them in 1.5 gallon pots once they get to a certain size. Terry, I don't fill the jars all the way up. I leave about 1 inch of air space on top, and then when I start freezing, I don't even screw the lid on. I turn it upside down and let it freeze first, and then put the lid on. And I checked to make sure that they were freezer friendly, and they are.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back.
Welcome back.
I used to grow tomatoes all the time in big 5-gallon pots. They were all over the outside of my yard or outside of my house. I'm looking at the kids' engagement pictures with the mixed feelings. It was 5 years old he was 5 years old just yesterday, and now he is googly eyes for a girl. So cute. Denise says, sorry, I forgot to put in the name of the person I was responding to. There's always growing your own tomatoes to save money. Even a person in an apartment can grow tomatoes in a pot. I'm trying to just pick one picture for a project and I want too many of them. Can't decide. Uh-oh. Decisions. All right, I got this one on now. Tomatoes have high tariff costs currently. Well, you know why? They're American people are the ones that has to pay for all of that.
Don't eat the seeds.
Huh?
Tomato seeds.
Yep.
You're
Time to
working.
grow time to grow your own tomatoes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is don't eat the seeds. If you're worried about issues with eating tomatoes, don't eat the seeds. Because tomatoes are part of the nightshade family. That's why a lot of people think they're poisonous.
Yeah, but as far as I know, that I've eaten the tomatoes straight off the vine, not even took them inside and washed them or anything. Eat them straight off the vine, and I haven't been dead from it. And I feed my dog whole pieces, a whole cherry tomatoes. She's not dead.
Yeah, I think it's like anything. There are people who could have a reaction from it,
Mm-hmm.
and people who don't. Just like seafood, there are some people who can't eat seafood at all, you know. Or milk, people who can't drink milk.
Yep. All right, where is my? Oh, here they are. Okay.
So I suppose if you're concerned about it, don't. I just wouldn't do it. Or
Let's see how many of these things we got. Okay.
just eat a little bit of it.
Yep.
And see what happens.
I know some people have allergies to tomatoes. Like I know William has allergies to tomatoes. Well, I was talking about, I wish I could put tomato plants in my bedroom windows because we have big windows in there too. but I don't think that my lungs can tolerate it
Oh, yeah, probably not.
because they give off that odor.
Yeah.
And so that's probably what that was about, because I made that comment.
Oh. Okay, let's see.
All right. Let's see here. Let's do one like that. All right. Now let's set these aside and let's go through here and see how we want to do these. Because now what I'm going to do is I have got all of my big squares that I have finished are now sewn except for one. And I need one more for that next row. So I got to get up, but I do have all of these are done. They all have sashings on them now. All of my 9-patch blocks have sashing on them. And there's, let me see how many of these we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I don't know. It looks to me like 14 1/4 is too big.
There's 16 here. Maybe they want you to make it bigger so you can trim it down. You know, so that you don't end up with a short piece. Maybe that's what the deal is. All right, let's lay these out and let's have a peek and see if I can figure out how I'm gonna do these as sets of 3s.
Yeah,
I set aside 3 for cornerstone, so I can at least do 3 big blocks. And then I gotta, because I'll be using all these up, and then I'm gonna have to make some more. Because I was working on that because I knew how many I needed. I need a design board. Katie, I love all your scrappy blocks. They are beautiful with all color going on. You do great work. Thank you, Ellen. I appreciate that. And Sylvia says you need the 1/4 inch in to not cut off points. Okay. All right. Let me see here. This would make a good cornerstone block. Right now. I want to sing, but can't sing because I want to sing music. I'm in the mood for music today for some, I know why I'm in the mood for music. Gets my mind off of other things. Nope, don't want to put that one there. But I'm thinking, let's put this one here. Yeah, let's do this one. Okay, that's 2 sets. And let me see here. Let's start with this one. Okay, that works. So let me clip these so I know what order I'm going to sew them in. Rita says, wait, Rita says, okay, word of warning, do not try the new Mountain Dew. It is supposed to be like cream soda. Ooh, tastes like mold, not cream soda. I don't even like cream soda. Yuck. And I don't drink Mountain Dew either.
Way too much sugar.
Yep. Not to mention caffeine. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I need to make some more hourglass blocks. There's too much green in here. Okay, we're going to save these for later. I think I'm going to save all these for later so I can make some more. Okay. Because we're going to make some more hourglass blocks. All right. Let's go ahead and sew these together. So we only have enough for, I need to make some more hourglass blocks so I can at least make, yeah, let's make some more hourglass blocks, but at least I have these ready to go. And these are going to go with, let's see here, we're going to put that one with that one. And we'll put the orange one with this green. And we'll put this one with this one. So we got this set done. Now we're going to sew some more hourglass blocks. Hi, Laura. She says, hi, Katie, Teresa, and everyone. Been lurking while I've been practicing on the long arm. I give up for the day. And then Denise says, it has been very enlightening to hear the way people are living in the United States on these chats, learning about animal encounters, clothing, travel, almost as good as geography class. And Denise says, my daughter said her chicken noodle soup tasted like strawberries yesterday. Uh-oh. How are you feeling today, Laura? Me and Jack need a break, says Sylvia. Oh, we got some right here we can work on. Let's set these aside for right now. Opened a can, and to me it smelled like berries. I was like, whatever, taste buds are messed up now. Laura says today has been good other than my frustration with the long arm. What was going on with your long arm? Sylvia says, hi, Laura. I got a break from elder care. Denise says, y'all probably know that some places that process our food also process food for animals. That is a fact, Denise. So anything interesting been going on your way, Teresa?
No, not really. Just, a lot of road maintenance, mudslides, avalanches.
Things are going pretty well with the new airport so far.
Yeah.
They're 1 week
good.
in and it's been pretty good. The one thing I noticed is I'm starting to hear extra noises that I'm not used to hearing. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for my brain to shut off that noise. But I heard the Dash 8 fly over us the other day. And it's not a loud plane to start with, but you could tell that's what it was. I'm like, oh, we're going to have a bit of airport noise for when they fly over before they head to the runway. I guess it depends on where they're coming from.
Yeah.
But there was a French, I don't remember what the name of the jet was, but there was a military jet that landed on the runway the other day. No, that was Denmark's Air Force that landed there. But there was one that landed, a French one of those big, huge, it has that funny name to it. Oh, doggone it. It's one big, huge, it has 4 props on it. It's humongous. It hauls big military, battle stuff. Oh, the name is on the tip of my tongue, too. Dang it. Landed in Kangerlussuaq the other day. And I guess tomorrow, I think that's what I saw, is tomorrow they're going to have an open house. So people that live in Kangerlussuaq can come see what the inside of it looks. The Hercules. The French have a Hercules plane. Those things are huge. I can't even imagine how many tons it weighs. You're like, how does something that big get in the air,
Right. A lot of jet fuel.
Oh, yeah. Lots of expensive jet fuel. There's that little problem. We're going to do some chain piecing here, or chain sewing rather. Yeah, I definitely have music in my brain today for some weird reason. It's like I want to sing. Let's go sing. Let's go sing. Okay, we'll be sewing here directly. Just need to get these all. I think I must have picked these all up and just thrown them in the box when I got done because I was working on something else. And they got all mixed up, unfortunately. I think these blocks are kind of fun looking,
They are. It's a good scrappy project.
Yep, definitely fun looking. Right. Okay. So I'll start laying these out too, because I am going to sew them, chain sew them, that is. Jamie there. John, what's up? Good to see you in the channel. John is going to come sew with me soon. In May, we're set up to sew together. Jamie, I have an Innova. Laura says, Jamie, I have an Innova. It is the software that is sold with the machine. I think it is called Autopilot. It is exclusive to the Innova machine. We're talking about sewing machines. I'm hoping I could find some mid-size machine to buy when I'm in Denmark, since I'm gonna have to postpone getting the M8 until the price of it comes down. It's too much. It jumped 20 grand this past year because of inflation. It's insane. So I'm just gonna have to put it off. But I need to buy a moderate one. That way, if I want to send it, if something happens with this one, I can send it to Denmark and have a backup, you know. So I'm hoping I can find a mid-range Janome. It's what I'm going to look for. I don't know if I'll swing toward anything else or not. We'll see what I see. I'm definitely going to look at the Elnas too while I'm at it, since Janome makes the Elna.
Yeah.
I thought about buying a brother, but I've looked at all the brothers and there's just not one of them talking to me that I want to spend the money on. There's a couple people that sew on them, but I really don't know a lot about the machines to start with. Of course, I didn't know a dadgum thing about a Janome until I bought it. And I have come to love this one. I love my machine.
I really like my brother straight stitch. I mean, it only does, that's all it does, you know.
Have you seen the price of a straight stitch, brother?
Lately?
Yeah, you should look at the price of them.
How
Because
much are they?
I looked at a straight stitch brother, a straight stitch Janome, and a straight stitch of one other brand. I don't remember what it was, and they are expensive.
Well, I think I got mine on sale for, I think it was around 500.
That's a good price. Once I get into Denmark where I can go visit machine shops, maybe I'll get a better idea of what we're looking at. Because I might just go the straight stitch route. And at least I'd have a mid-range machine to sew on if something happens to this one. Or if I practice on the straight one, and then once I get used to it, I can send this one to Denmark for servicing, because it'll be 6 in January and it's never had a service done to it. I don't have anyone to service it here. But I'm also going to talk to the service people where I bought it from the shop at, because that they service their machines there, and find out if there's a way for me, maybe he can walk me through servicing my machine, through FaceTime or something, or through Zoom, because maybe he can just walk me through servicing it that way, and then I won't have to send it, in the mail. Because I kept the box and everything and all the shipping stuff that it was, shipped in. I don't know if they sell burnettes over here, Sewing Wolf. I'll have to look and see if they sell them or not. I've not seen any burnettes. Can you please not get stuck? Jamie, my husband bought it for me as a surprise. I have been talking about long arms, and he researched them and he liked this one. He thought the software would be more user-friendly. He's in software. And Laura says, Jamie, I think it's going to take me a while to get the hang of it. I'm practicing on panels now. So anyway, I think it'll, and I'm also going to go to some secondhand shops just for the heck of it and see what I see in there too. You never know. I might
Right.
see a little Singer featherweight to bring home. Not that I don't know that I'd sew on. It'd be fun to have one just for the hell of it.
So you can keep up with the Joneses.
No, just because it'd be nice to have at least. I never, my mom, I would love to, if I could get my brother to tell me what singer her singer was, I'd probably look for one of those because I made all my clothes on her machine. And she made our dresses with that same machine. John says he's a Juki boy. Yeah, I'm not interested in buying a Juki. I would need earplugs for a Juki.
That's what another reason I like the brother, because really there's not that much difference between this brother and the Juki straight stitch.
Yeah.
The difference when I bought mine, the difference was the Juki had the control where you could roll it down and it would go faster or slower. And the brother doesn't have that.
Gotcha.
But otherwise, they're the same. That's the only difference. In the name, of course.
Yep.
In the price. Because usually Jukis are twice as much as the brother.
Yeah,
Or
isn't that crazy?
they were when I was looking,
I'll look into what the price, I'll look and see what the price of the straight stitch is right now on the brother too. I looked at the industrial ones. You think the M8's badly priced? The industrial was worse.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I don't think you need one of those unless you're going to do a lot of bag making.
Yeah, I don't need an industrial one. No, I don't think so.
And these straight stitch machines like this are really easy to take care of yourself.
Yep.
I haven't taken this in since I bought it. So, I've had this like 7 years and I clean it myself.
Yeah, see, and it's the same thing with this is not a straight stitch, but I've had it almost 6 years, well, 5 years, it's 5 years old right now. And I've never had it serviced and it's never given me any trouble. About the most that happened on it so far has been one day I thought I actually broke my machine. I didn't realize that Nora had laid down on my my foot, the pedal, and I had the presser foot up in the up position because I was doing something, and when I dropped that foot, because she was laying on it, it made the machine take off like it shouldn't have, and the needle got caught on the needle plate and jammed the machine. And I thought sure it had broken. But all it was is when I took what I did is I took the needle plate out and took the needle off, took the bobbin case out, everything. I checked everything out, put it back together after I cleaned it to make sure there was nothing in there that I didn't see, and put it back together. And all it was is the reason it wouldn't move is because the needle was bent, because it had bent the needle. And the machine, I guess some kind of something in here knows when a needle is bent like that. And that's all it was, is the needle had bent. And when it touched after she had done that and it bent it when it hit the plate, when you tried to put the needle back down, it wouldn't go down because it was bent. And that's all it was. And I didn't and you couldn't tell that it was actually bent that much. But it scared me. So I thought, uh-oh, I'm out of luck. To see what's going on with the feed dogs. I might have to clean my machine. Oh, I see what's going on. This is pushing this backwards. Y'all are very quiet in the chat. I feel someone brushing against my leg. The dog must be up moving around. Yep, she is. Do you need to go shoo shoo? Do you need to go shoo shoo? Because you've been asleep since you eat. After Jack, there's the thread, said Sylvia. And then Laura says, Jamie, can I ask you how long it took you to feel comfortable with the long arm? You could ask Teresa too. Because Teresa has a long arm.
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Did you have
Because before I got my long arm, I did all my free motion quilting with this Brothers. So that's one of the reasons why I bought the Brother sewing machine, is because you got to stop and think, what do I want my machine to do? And at the time, all I needed was a straight stitch for you know, piecing my quilts, right? And I needed a machine that I could do free motion quilting. And that's all I needed. I didn't need all those other zigzag and all those other stitches, and you know, because I had sewing machines that did that already. So I started out with this Brother sewing machine doing free motion quilting right here like this. So I already had a feel for it. So it was really nothing for me to go from this to a long arm. The difference is on here, I'm moving the fabric. With the long arm, I'm moving the long arm. But the motion is pretty much the same feel. So I just had to make sure that that you thread it properly. That's where a lot of people have problems. They don't realize that they're not catching the tension on their long arm. It's really easy not to push that thread all the way up. And if you don't get that all seated in there all the way, then your tension is going to be off no matter what you do. So that's the biggest problem I see with the long arms, is people having tension problems. And there's 2 places on your long arm that can, well, actually 3. Your bobbin, your tension disc, and then there's one other little disc guide that is adjustable. And so you just got to make sure all 3 of those are in sync. And I find it really super easy, especially if you want to do just like an easy meandering stitch. And I would learn like 5 stitches, do different types of meandering type stitches. There's one that kind of looks like a puzzle pieces. And then the other one I like to do is like a meandering flower or meandering leaves, or let's see what else. Meandering hearts, and circles, meandering circles. So there's like 5 there for you right there. Learn to do those, and You're golden.
Let's do that now. Has it been an hour since I put that up? Yeah, it has. Okay.
I think it has.
Yeah, me too. All right. The second question is what country is Greenland a part of? We have 49 votes. 8% voted for A on Iceland. 4% voted for B, Norway. 86% voted for C on Denmark. And D, 2% voted for Sweden. Okay, one thing before I tell you the answer. Before the country that I'm going to give you the answer to, there was one other country that technically owned Greenland, and that was Norway. And Norway handed it over to Denmark. So Denmark is now, Greenland is a part of the Danish realm. So the countries that are part of the Danish realm are Greenland and the Faroe Islands. Both of those are part of the Danish realm. So that's the answer. Denmark, which is C. So 86% of you guys got that answer right.
I got one right.
And the reason I put Iceland on there is because Eric the Red came from Iceland when he got kicked out of Iceland. He came here, and he's the one that named Greenland Greenland. And he was originally from Norway, and he got kicked out of his country in Norway because he killed somebody. And then when he went to Iceland, because he had red hair and he had a fiery temper, a lot of writings talk about he really had a hot temper. And so, things would set him off and he'd do bad things, and then he would get, like kicked out of wherever it was he lived. And that's what happened to him. He was kicked out of his own home country of Norway, and then he moved to Iceland and lived there for a long time before he ended up kicked out of Iceland.
Mm-hmm. And then he tried to get people to go to Greenland.
Yep.
And so that's why he named it Greenland.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Andrea says, you have told us that so many times, I'm surprised anyone answered otherwise. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Be right back. I gotta go check on Nora. I put her on the tie down.
Okay. Okay, I think I got my triangles cut well enough. So a couple of things when cutting triangles. They're going to be on the bias. So I would, before you even cut your fabric, starch really good. That'll help keep from stretching your fabric. Fabric that's cut on the bias just, stretches so easily. So it really helps to, if you can starch it, then starch it before you cut your fabric. And then the other thing, working with fabric on the bias is don't pull on it, don't tug on it, just lightly lay it down on your other fabric, to line it up. And then I would pin it. Pin. And then the other tip is if it's possible, do not sew on the piece of fabric that's cut on the bias. So if you have a fabric that's, like, for instance, right here, I have a straight cut. That's my straight cut. This one on this side is the fabric that's cut on the bias. So if at all possible, so see, and I can't really do that because it goes one way and then the other, but try not to sew the one right on the bias with your feed dogs. There, I clarified that. So, okay, let me sew this first, and then I'll tell you if what I cut was the correct size.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Let's hope for the best. We have one question left. And then you guys will be having to fill out the form. No, darn good. Yeah, I was about to say, I know darn good and well I did not misspell that. I am going to head over to Jaja's. I will try to catch you over on Williams later. Okay. Have fun.
Is Zaza on today?
Yeah,
Oh,
apparently she is. I don't know what the heck is holding you up.
that's right. She comes on at
I think I need to clean my feed dogs.
4, I think.
Huh?
I said, oh, that's right. She comes on at 4, I think. 4
I
o'clock.
think so. I'm not sure. I need to clean my feed dogs, I think.
Hey, looks good, TL.
All right. Yep, there's dust in the feed dogs. That's probably what was causing my problems. All right, let's put this plate back on. Okay. Now we'll try that again.
Okay, this book, I would not do what it said in this book. So I did a test one,
Uh-huh.
and per the book, and it was too small.
Uh-oh.
So I'm going to say For a 10-inch square, you need a 15-inch square that you are going to cut on the diagonal
Wow.
for your triangle pieces. Okay, and you're going to get 4 pieces out of that. All right, and you're going to have, you know, a little bit of hangover, but you want that. You need that.
Yeah.
Especially like right here. Let's see how much I'm over. But when I put the next border on, I won't lose my point. So I will have plenty of room there. Okay, where are you at, Ruth? Come here, ruler. So I'm gonna have like I'm gonna have like, you know, 1/4 of an inch or more extra that I can cut off
Mm-hmm.
and still have my point. So definitely I think a 15-inch piece of fabric. I would cut them 15 inches, and then you're going to cut that into 4s, and that's going to give you your triangle that you need in between. See that, Katie?
Yep.
So this right here,
Uh-huh.
you
So
got to
you're
have
looking at
those.
what, 2% bigger or something like that?
I don't know what the percentage would be, but
So if you have a 10-inch and you're going to cut a
15.
15-inch square, yeah, in half. Wow, that's interesting.
That's because you got to think about the diagonal, what
Mm-hmm.
those two 10-inch layer cake squares, when they come
Yep.
together,
Mm-hmm.
they're not going to be 10-inch.
Yeah, they're smaller because you've gone and sewn the, yeah, they lose size on but 2 sides. No, they lose size on 3 sides of it.
They're going to be bigger.
Yeah.
The,
Or they
the
gain. Yeah.
triangle, the hole is bigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like if
I
I
understand.
wouldn't be able to fit a 10-inch, you know, if I cut a 10-inch square in half, it would
Uh-huh.
not it would not fit in there
Okay.
because
Okay.
of your seam,
Okay.
the seam allowance.
Yeah.
Um,
That makes better. Now I
okay.
understand what you're
So
saying.
just to recap real quick, um, this layer cake is 10-inch squares.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted them to be on the diagonal. And so I've been sewing the squares together and then laying it up here so it's on the diagonal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you do this on the diagonal, you're going to have open spaces
Right.
that needs fabric. And so I'm just using a light blue on blue, really light fabric for my for that space, which I think that looks pretty good.
Yeah, it
Anyway,
does.
so you're going to cut these for your triangles. You're going to cut these. You need 15-inch squares, and then you cut that in a diagonal. So you cut it in half, and then you cut it in half again.
Oh, I understand.
So
So,
you're going to get 4 pieces. So that'll fill in 1, 2, 3, 4 spots.
okay.
You understand?
Yes, now I know where I was thinking wrong. I was thinking you were only cutting it the square in half once, not twice.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of missed that part, I guess, or didn't
Yeah. I
click
did.
in my brain.
I did it the same thing when people were talking to me in the chat the other day. I was
Yeah.
like, "What the heck are you trying to tell me?" You know. So after after the live, I was like, sat here and looked at the quilt, and I'm like, "Oh, I know what they're saying now."
Yeah, you're cutting it so you can get 4 triangles at a time,
Right.
or 4 half triangles at a time. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Ding, ding, ding.
So yeah, yes, you need. So definitely, I would do it 15 inches and not what this book said.
Yeah.
Um, I think you could maybe come close to fudge it. I mean, the smallest I would go would be 14 and a half, not 14 and 1/8.
Okay.
The book says 14 and an eighth. No, I would do, smallest I would go is 14 and a half. And I just don't feel like that really gives you enough room, wiggle room.
Oh,
So 15 inches. Teresa says 15 inches.
yep.
I'm so glad I got that figured out. Okay, because that's been weighing heavily on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to take a break from that.
You gonna work on your horsey?
Yeah, I think so.
That horse is gonna be beautiful. Well, it already is beautiful, but you know what I mean. I'm so
Yeah,
excited for you because you're getting closer.
closer, closer. Yep.
Yep, getting closer, which is fantabulous.
Cindy, yes, we only have one question left. Yep.
Yep, just one left. One left. And then
All
it's
right.
everybody's got a week to get their answers on the form letter. I mean, on the form, and making sure that they have all the correct answers in place. My bot seems to be sleepy tonight. That's interesting. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Took it
Start
long enough.
moving stuff.
You know what? This block is going to be adorable. Look, Teresa.
What's that?
This is going to be adorable when I get it sewn together.
Your quilt?
This block right here.
Oh, oh yeah.
Who'd have thought poking polka dots with that, right?
Oh, that's really, yeah, that's pretty. Looks good.
Thank you. Let me see here. What can we ask about? All right. I'm putting up another poll. Okay, new poll. So you guys, since we're going to be in the actually I'm gonna have to talk to my husband, I think, about that before I ask that question because we're going to be in Copenhagen, and that's the capital of Denmark. Trying to think what I could what people would find interesting that we might could go visit.
I'm just moving stuff around, Katie.
Okay. I figured that's what you was doing because your collage is in a different position of your sewing room.
Yeah. Willa's so funny. If I do certain things, then she thinks I'm leaving the sewing room.
Mm-hmm.
So like I turn the light off over here, I turn the iron off over here. So now she thinks we're leaving.
Dogs are very observant of our habits.
They are. And so now she's out the door.
It's like she's about to find out you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Linda says, don't know if you answered this in the past, but are there any quilt guilds or other sewers in your area? I know that we have sewers in this town, but they're not quilters. And there's no quilt guilds here in Greenland either. Now, I don't know about Teresa's area.
Yeah, right here in this little town, you wouldn't believe it. There's about 25, 30 of us that are in a sewing group. It's called So Help Me Quilters. And we're a nonprofit. I mean, yeah, because we have a bank account and all that. So we're nonprofit, whatever. We have our own bylaws and that kind of thing. And we're all members and we pay dues. And so that's locally. And I'm talking, we're in a town that's maybe 100 people in the wintertime, you know. And then, so there's some of them that are members that live in other towns that come over here once a month for the meetings. And then we also have sew-alongs and different group activities that we go do. And I think they have another sewing group up in Grangeville, which is like an hour and a half from us. And they're more like close to 4,000 people. That's the largest town within my area. It's 4,000 people.
So your town is, rather small like mine is then.
Yeah, it's very small. Now, in the summer, it grows, it's crazy how many people show up.
Is there a
It's
lot of Airbnbs and summer homes and stuff that people can rent there? The reason you have a bigger population during that time frame?
um, so, there are what they call the snowbirds.
Mm-hmm.
So people live in areas like mine that are really nice in the summertime.
Yeah.
And they leave in the wintertime. So they all have cabins up here.
Oh.
And they go to Arizona or Florida or wherever in the wintertime. So all the snowbirds have come back, or they're on their way back. They're flying in, They come in with the birds.
That's pretty interesting.
Brandon and I have stayed. I mean, he would like to go, and I think we should, but honestly, I just don't think he's up to it. But
Yeah. The older you get, the harder it gets.
yeah, I'm not sure he could drive a motorhome
Ages of
down there, unless it was a small one. Like I would like to get a camper van, something that's more that size. So I've been looking for even like the old Chevy custom camper vans. I think one of those would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
But all of those are getting so expensive because so many people are doing van life
Yeah.
now. And so,
Because they can't afford to buy a house.
well, and they can't afford to rent.
Yeah, or rent.
If I had to rent something for $1,500 a month,
Yeah, I'd be living in a van too. Yep.
Yeah, or my car or whatever.
Yep. Because 1,500 is just not doable,
No,
especially if you're not working on a living wage.
exactly.
Jamie says, wow. I'm not sure what she's wowing to. Maybe your horse.
Maybe.
I wonder if my husband is hanging out or vegging in front. Let me see if he's in here. Because I'm wondering when they're going to set sail tomorrow. Nope, he's not in here. Gonna have to send him a text message. Find out when they set sail, if they're setting sail tomorrow. It depends on if they fix the damage done by that rogue wave that hit the boat.
Hey, that horse is looking pretty good.
Yes, it is.
Looking at it on the computer on the laptop. Yeah, like it.
It is looking beautiful.
Thank you.
Laura says, Teresa, we get all the snowbirds in the winter in Arizona.
Yeah. You might even know some of my friends.
Never know.
You never know. Except for, I think a lot of them go to Yuma. And I think Laura's over by Phoenix, if I remember correctly. But I gotta see if my phone is plugged in.
And that seems like a awful wide seam.
And if I don't,
How annoying when you go over a seam and the needle or the whole thing moves over a little bit, just enough that you can see that it matters that it moved over. Like, it's not supposed to look like that. And if I don't fix it, it's going to come back to bite me in the butt when I try to sew it together with the other half.
almost $1 million for a camper van.
Do what now?
Where do you live? $1 million for a camper van. Good Lord.
$1 million for a camper van?
Did Elvis Presley used to own it or something?
Some famous person? Or someone spent a boatload of money on it to make it really fancy? $1 million for a moving vehicle that depreciates.
Oh, that's outrageous.
That is totally outrageous. I agree with you. I was trying to watch a movie last night called Last Hail Mary. I'm not so impressed. The storyline's great, but the acting sucked. Because it was all new actors I've never seen before. So it's
Yeah.
one of those, I call them B movies when they're Earth destruction movies, because that's what this one was. And I'm like, gosh, why did they pick such bad actors? Because the one that was playing the captain of the, I guess it was the International Space Station. Gee whiz. Lots of hollering going on. And you can't tell me that they talk to each other like that in real life when you're a captain of a, something like that. Ooh, I think I'm going to have problems with this block. Because for whatever reason, it's trying to fray. Yeah, I'm setting this one aside and I'll deal with it later. I don't have time for this. Delia says, I have friends that have paid $1 million or more for their motorhomes. Depends on the brand you get. Must be
My
nice to be so
word.
rich.
You got rich friends, Day. No way would I spend that much money on a motorhome, even if I was rich. For one thing, I would not be able to drive something that big, you know.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't be able to do it. So, if somebody wanted to give me one, I'd go for that.
Yeah. Gimme. Y'all take
And
it. Put it off your
maybe I could
hand.
hire a driver.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't this pretty? Look at this.
It is pretty. That's batiks too.
Yeah.
Sweet. That is gorgeous.
Yeah, that's pretty.
John says, uh-oh, John must be leaving. All right, ladies, gotta run. Have a great night. Thank you for coming in, John. I appreciate you.
Bye, John. Bye, John boy.
Good night, John boy. Good night. Good night. Good night, Mary Ellen. Cynthia says, Delia, when my husband thought we needed a motorhome, I looked at those $1 million ones. I'm like, all I need is a travel trailer with a bed and a toilet.
Right?
Telling you, can't believe it cost that much.
A nice bed and a nice toilet. And not one of those composting things. If I want to do that, I just go out in the woods.
Yeah. I think I need to put food in my stomach.
You better get something to eat, girl.
I haven't eaten today, and I'm starting to feel it. And I got to do another blood pressure check at some point. Well, no, I did it. I might can wait a bit longer before I do that one. I think I'll wait till I go to bed to do the last one. It seemed okay this morning, or when I woke up. But checking my blood pressure. over a 3-day period.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess because of my pulmonary problems. I think I had an EKG back in, I want to say either October or November, and it was fine then. But I guess because I've lost some more of my lung capacity, that's going to be a problem, I guess. After 11 years asking, I still don't have my travel trailer, says Cynthia. And Laura says, Day, I'm sure those homes that sell for $1 million aren't huge either. I love Key West, and if I could afford to live there, I definitely would. And Laura says, Delia says, Laura, some are not very big, but Key West is beautiful. Unfortunately, it's not the Key West that she grew up in. My sister was born there. My youngest sister. Me and my middle sister were born in on the Navy base in Charleston.
I was born in the state of Washington.
Ooh.
And then some of my sisters were born in Oregon and some in Boise, Idaho.
That's interesting.
Yeah, my dad traveled a lot for his work. My dad was a gypsy. He didn't do very well staying in one spot. Okay, let's see.
Uh, Hang on a minute, you guys. I need to check something real quick. Not sure why I can't answer her.
Your breath stinks, Willa. It's too early for dinner. You want dinner or snacks? You have to go ask Daddy.
Sorry, guys. Let me see here. Okay, back to what I was doing. Okay, Delia says it's always nice to go back and visit family and friends. Yes, it is. When my husband was racing dirt bikes, we wanted a hauler, never got it. And then when the boys competed in marching band, I wanted one, never got it. Oh, my kids participated in marching band too. My daughter's senior year, they did. We are an American band. It was lots of fun watching them compete. Too bad we didn't have all that technology, all that technology we have now for back then. It would have been fun videoing them competing. We are an American band.
Does anybody know what I did with my
Do what?
steam and steam?
Uh-oh. You know what I saw on one of the Danish fabric stores that I found that I'm going to visit? I saw that, you know, that little triangle iron you use for your collage sewing,
Yeah.
or collage doing. There was one, they were selling that, and they also had a mini Eliso iron. And I'm like, if I see that while I'm there, I'm coming home with a mini so that I can sit here and press my stuff right here in front of y'all guys instead of having to get it. Of course, I still will get up with when it starts being bigger pieces to iron, of course. So in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm having to correct a couple stitches because it moved when I sent it through the machine. And all I'm doing is just picking it out so I don't have additional bulk sitting in this seam.
If you're
Now I
wondering what
travel.
I'm doing, I'm looking for my seed bond.
Uh-oh. Then Delia says, now I travel across the country with a dog and wish we had one for the pit stops and overnights. Been doing this for 3 years. Still don't have one. Delia, I want to see your sewing, whatever you, I'm not sure what you call it, because you have one heck of a big area.
her sewing basement.
Mm-hmm. The thing is huge. Oh, all that space. I could just see my husband. You take that half and I'll take this half.
I know, right?
Yep.
Yeah, she's got a beautiful space, and she has a beautiful motorhome too.
Yeah.
I've seen a little bit of it.
Myra has a fancy motorhome too. When her and Bill showed it to me and Nikolai, I'm like, man, this is luxurious.
My aunt and uncle used to have a great big motorhome like that, and they traveled all the time, all the time. I want to say probably the last 15 years that he was alive was spent traveling. I mean, all over the place. They went all over the place. But he owned a electrical, he did, he was an electrician,
Mm-hmm.
and he owned a company in Boise, and he put in all the wiring. He had all the contracts for like McDonald's,
Mm-hmm.
and he would go all over the place and put in the McDonald's and stuff like that.
Wow.
He was pretty, he could afford a big motorhome. Let's put
Yep.
it that.
Yep.
Especially when he sold the business,
Yep. Cynthia, Myra and her husband started out with a fifth wheel and then moved to a motorhome. Because I never saw the inside of the fifth wheel, but when me and Nikolai were first dating each other and we stayed at their house, and the fifth wheel was parked out in the front and you could see it. It was a big one. I never got around to saying, hey, I want to see what it looks like on the inside. Never got around to it. We were too busy doing other things and just kind of lost track of time. And
we have a fifth wheel. It's about 28 foot and it has a slide. But we have not used it very much. Number one, Brandon and I have a hard time hooking it up.
oh,
It's a real pain to hook it up to the back of the truck.
yep.
And we can spend all day trying to get that damn thing hooked up.
There is an art to putting a fifth wheel on because
Yes.
when I started housing my horses out at BJ's ranch, one weekend he said, me and my wife don't want to take Laura to. I think we were planning on going to Union County Riding Club, and I had my horse trailer behind the my van, and I was we were just gonna follow each other. And he says, why don't you just put your horse on the trailer with Laura's horses and drive the fifth wheel? And I'm like, BJ, I've never drove a fifth wheel. He says, well, you're about to get educated. Because he's one of these people throw you under the bus. No, I might have been at the ranch maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. And he says, have you ever been on a tractor? I need some help. I'm like, no. He says, well, you're getting educated. And I loved driving his tractor. I had a good time with that tractor. It was a big John Deere tractor. And you could move hay with it, put a bush hog on the back of that sucker and go around and cut, and everything. But that one day when he said I could have the fifth wheel, I fell over because I'm like, wow. And I said, but I don't even know how to back up that big ass trailer because it was long. It could hold, if I remember right, it could hold 6 or 7 horses. He says, well, we're going to do that before you go to the riding club, and I did. He got me where I could park that thing, and it's like, wow. And I felt like a rich person going down the highway with that fifth wheel horse trailer. But it's a lot of responsibility to drive something like that.
Oh yeah, especially with horses in it.
Yep. And the trailer's a lot longer than my little 2-horse trailer. So, judging how close a car is behind you or how far away it is to change lanes, it's scary.
Right.
Those were fun days. I really do miss having a horse. Hey, Janet, what's up? Well, now that I pulled that apart finally without making a mess of it, me and the Ripper are having funs today. Let me see. Cynthia says, my cousins just graduated from a travel trailer to a fifth wheel. Okay, I read that part. And then I read what Delia said. And Janet says, I had a customer come by and want these done for the shower tomorrow. 4 towels. Nice. Katie, do you have a car in Greenland? No. Too expensive. Cheaper to just use a taxi cab. But we are going to probably at some point get ourselves a UTV. Because I've been especially now that there's a road going way out in the middle of nowhere. On the way to the airport, I saw lots of potential places to set up a tent and camp and go fishing. But since we don't have a vehicle, we need something. And we're looking at a 4-seater. We've been thinking about buying us a 4-seater UTV that has the bed behind it. Ooh, that is beautiful. Do you know what fabric line that's from?
It came out of, it's called Evening Glow. Fat quarter, Robert Kaufman.
Evening Glow, Robert Kaufman.
Yeah, when we get done, I'll take a picture of the card.
Okay, that would be great.
Send it to you. It's a really beautiful.
Look at that.
Bundle.
Uh-oh, I see something I want.
It's been out for a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if you still couldn't find it.
Yeah, boutiques don't sell out as fast as other things does.
This one's really pretty too.
That is gorgeous.
Anyway, I'm over here putting some fusible on some fabric, so
Okay.
I can hear you, but you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Just so you know.
Okay. Yep. If you hear something that you want to answer to, just go over the top of me. Oh, you know how it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Sherry. Teresa, the fabric is beautiful, says Laura. Let me see here. And even Delia says they're beautiful batiks. Y'all, I don't know that I will ever tire of batiks. I think the batiks is going to just stay in my world for a while.
Yeah, I really like batiks a lot.
Me too. There's just something about them that you don't get with cotton. Although I think that some of Jason Yinter's stuff does come close. I bought a quarter of a yard of yellow the other day, thinking it was batiks from Flat Quarter Shop. And then when it got here, it's not batiks. It's fabric by Moda. And I'm like, how could I not notice that? this is what you get for not reading what it says. Yeah, same here. Same, Delia. There's just something about them. The way they do the colors. And you know what else I like about them? Because I can't, of course, everybody knows I can't starch due to my lungs. But with batiks, when you press them, you know, you do all these things you would do. You don't need, you know, you really don't even need, if someone starches them, I don't know why they would, because to me, they just, when you press them, they stay put. You don't have to do anything. And they don't fray as much as other things do. And that's just going to have to stay that way.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
Yep. And then Sherry says, Laura, have you been able to play with your long arms? Let's see, what time is it now? Whoa, we're getting closer to the midnight hour. I need to find a link. You know, I'll be right. Well, wait. I'll wait till Teresa's done and then go. Let me see here. I need to find something real quick while I'm doing that.
You need to do something, Katie?
Yeah, I need to get a refill of my cup.
Okay.
And I think I need to get some kind of snack. So I'm thinking,
okay.
I think I'm gonna go over there and get me some more pretzels. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But my cup is like empty.
Go ahead. I'll hang around and yak. Yakety yak yak. I need to spend just like one day prepping fabric. Iron the fabric and then putting it on fusible webbing and filling up the drawers that I have over here with different colors and stuff like that. I mean, I have enough fusible webbing to do that. And then instead of trying to prep something here and there, and you know, I just go over to the drawer that says purple or whatever. Yeah. And I have a lot of batiks I could prep. But I only like prep about a quarter of a fat quarter at a time. And I don't know why I do that, because I have the fat quarter. I might need more of it. Why don't I just do the whole thing? You know? And I think the reason why I don't is because I think, well, I might want to use that fabric on something besides collage. Like if I want to make a quilt, can't really do that with that fusible on there. Unless I'm doing applique. Then I could use it. But you know what I mean, right? I'm going to move my laptop over here.
Okay.
Just cannot. All right. Thank you, Day.
Thank you, Teresa.
Oh, you're welcome. Laura has some panels that she's been practicing on. Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
Great idea.
I
Yeah.
think so too.
I take fabric that I'm not really crazy about or solids and use that for practice. One of these days, I want to grab all of those and sew them together and make like dog blankets
Mm-hmm.
out of them. Or they would even make good, kind of like a rag quilts. Sew them together like a rag quilt.
That would be fun.
Yeah. And then they could be just a quilt that you throw in the trunk of your car, whatever. Or they could be, you got to do something with them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I got a lot of them because when I first started, I used to practice all the time, all the time. What are you eating?
They're pretzels.
Mm. Oh, that's healthy.
Real healthy, yeah. Not. But I do have something in the microwave that I can eat in a bit.
Laura Day wants to know what brand your long arm is. Oh, that's okay. Laura says, I have a lot of panels that I purchased for a couple of dollars each. They're less expensive than yardage. Yep, I agree. Yeah, I got a bunch on sale for like $2 a piece or something like that.
So are you using a mic right now?
Am I using a mic?
Mm-hmm.
No, just the one that's on my phone. Why, is it too loud or
No,
you
no,
can't
no,
hear
no,
me?
no, no. There's nothing wrong. It just sounds different when you're on your so you're on your phone, not your computer. It sounds different. But the sound is fine. No, I thought you went and put on a fancy microphone or something.
No, I wasn't on the microphone on my laptop at all.
Oh, okay. It just sounds different over there for some reason.
Maybe because I'm sitting closer to it now.
That might be what it is. That could be. Yeah. I just knew it sounded a little bit different. The joys of having to rip out a seam that decided to move.
Exactly, Day. That's why, I mean, I do have quite a bit prepped, but am using a lot more on this than I thought I was going to use. So I've had to prep more
But
fabric.
at least it's going to good use, right?
Yeah.
You make me want to do one. That's why I've been looking at more beginner friendly ones, like that one I shared with you,
Yeah.
because I thought that might be simpler to do. Just to get my feet wet. Now that I have a light box. Speaking of mine, let's see. See here. Laura, Laura's saying, Day, I would appreciate that. I'll accept any advice and help I can get. And then Delia says, are you going to put something over it before you quilt it so none of the pieces fall off? And that was directed at you, Teresa, I think.
I don't think any of the pieces will fall off because they are overlapped, at least like a 1/16 to an 1/8 of an inch. And so when I peel this off of the parchment paper, it's just going to come off in a big piece. And it's still glue on the back. And then I will iron it all down onto a background.
Have you figured out what your background's going to look like yet?
No. I kind of have some ideas, but.
Sherry says, Katie, you've got to use it. You'll love it. Oh, I know. I just haven't had the chance to use it yet. And I have to clear half my stuff off my desk to get it on here because it's a big one.
I'm thinking I want it kind of misty.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can kind of see the trees, but not really.
It sure is beautiful. Sherry, I thought about using it when we start the applique stuff for the Alice's Wonderland stuff. Thought I would try using it then because I figured it might come in handy. You need a play day, Katie. Yeah, that's true. Hey, what are we doing? How many blocks are we going to try to do tomorrow? Just curious. Oh, look how that looks. Oh, that's pretty. Delia, let's see. Delia says, Laura, I'm just learning myself and looking forward to when I get back home to play with it again. I will call and get a lesson to freshen up knowledge. And then Delia says to Teresa, I thought that was the background, laugh out loud. No, she's working on parchment paper. 4 of them? Okay. I still gotta, I kind of don't know where I put it at now. I was going to show you, I was almost finished with 1 block. I need to look for it tonight. I got 2 things I got to get done after my live tonight. One is I got to pull out which pieces I'm going to sew of Ursula Major with Sean in the morning, plus get my stuff laid out for Alice's Wonderland so I could be prepped and ready for that. I'm kind of thinking I'm not going to get a whole lot of sleep. So when I finish with Peace of Mind Mending Pieces tomorrow evening, I probably will be ready for bed. Depends on if I get a nap tomorrow or not. Those are pretty purple blocks. Look at that. Well, this is not purple. That's blue. Delia says, Katie, are you getting the last of your hourglass? Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. I'm getting closer. You weren't in here earlier, Delia, but I started sewing those big blocks together. I'll show them to you in just a minute so you can see what they look like so far. Because I got 2.5 rows done so far. Well, I have 4 blocks per row right now. I'm still debating on whether to add that 5th block or not. But you'll see how big it is already. I haven't sewn the 2 rows together yet because I still got to decide on that 5th block. But yeah, I'm getting closer to getting, I have all of my 9 patch blocks finished. They're finished. They have their sashing already sewn on them, so I don't have to do that. So I'm ready to go with that. And right now I'm working on these hourglass blocks. I keep running out and I have to keep making more. And I knew I was going to have to make more anyway, because I think I had gotten like 20 of them done the other night. And I knew I had about 42 or 43 left to do. So, yeah, and these blocks are really pretty, and I need to put the heat to them. Let me show you where I'm at. So here's, wait. So here's 1 full row without the 5th block. Because like I said, I'm debating. So this is 1 row. And then I'll show you the second one. And this is the second one I've got done.
Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something that your eye is going to want to look at all parts of it.
Yeah,
And then,
because you put the sashing
yeah,
in between, I think that really helps.
yeah, it really did help. And it's keeping it not so, even though it's still chaotic because of the mixture of colors, but the sashing really kind of splits up. This is a half a row. So I got to
See,
add 2 more to this one.
and that's the kind of scrappy I like. It's like controlled scrappy,
Yeah.
where you have a little bit of that white in there like that. It helps helps
Yeah, it
your
like
eyesight.
breaks it up. Yeah, it
Yeah.
separates it a little bit where it's not
Yeah.
so, because if you spent a lot of time looking at the blocks, you're like, golly, she really got chaotic with it. But that was the whole premise to this. Just use the charm squares. And then
Right.
when I got to thinking about, well, how do I break this color up? So, because I knew it might give some people a pause not to want to sew it at all because it was too much. And that's why I broke it up this way. And because I put those hourglasses in there, that also adds to a little bit of it looking a slightly different than usual.
Right. No, I think you did great. I like it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I might not be a pattern designer, but I sure having fun making these, creating them
Right.
from my head, And Andrea is the one writing the pattern for me for this because I didn't know how to put it on paper. I just told, I've been doing this from my head and telling everybody what to do. But when I try to write it on paper yeah, I'm having
Yeah, I know what you mean. No.
yeah, it's like too hard, and she knows how to write it. So she's helping me write it. And as soon as I get these put together and I get a picture of it, she'll finish. I think she plans on finishing the writing of it, and then we'll get it out where people can I want her to take credit for writing the pattern itself. Yes, all the measurements, cuttings, and the way I've designed it is me, but she's the one that's putting the time in to write it so other people, if they want to do the pattern, can do it. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, she could put her name on there too as
Yeah, I think her name needs to be on there. Yeah. Because I don't intend on selling it or anything, or that hasn't,
But it would be nice to have it written down
yeah.
like
Yes, so if someone comes along and sees that quilt and they're like, well, how do I make that? And I'll say, well, this is the free PDF. Here you go, you know?
Exactly.
Because the whole premise behind this particular sew along was to use charm squares. And the sashing is additional because I needed the sashing in the whole thing. But you see, I didn't use any background other than the sashing. And I also told everybody, though, because several people are sewing it, and I also told them you don't have to use the 1-inch sashing if you're not uncomfortable, or if you're uncomfortable using such a thin sashing, you can make your sashing as wide as you want to. Do what makes you happy with what you're doing.
Yeah,
Make it
exactly.
yours.
I change pattern designs all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about you, but there's sometimes I'm like, I don't know why they did this way. I'm gonna do it that way.
Right.
And I don't claim it to be my pattern either, of course. Okay, let me see what everybody's saying. Something about John up there. I need to get back up there. I missed it.
Yeah, I need to bring my other machine up here that has the embroidery. And I mean, that's what I bought the darn machine for. And I still haven't used it. I think it would be really cool to do some embroidery blocks to add to your quilt. I've seen a lot of people doing that. So.
Hello, So Magic. Welcome, welcome. Sherry, I'll be fine. Your live is not until 6:30 my time. I know I could squeeze a nap in there somewhere because my live with Sean is at 11 my time, and the most he goes is 2 hours. He never goes beyond 2 hours. So we'll be done 1 o'clock my time. So I could lay down and take like a 2 or 3 hour nap and I'll be fine. I want to at least take a 2 hour nap. I may not take the 3 because I need to prep for your live, and I need to resend emails out to both Danny and Myra about tomorrow night because I asked them to do topics again for tomorrow night. So I'm hoping one of them has topics. I want them to take the lead again. All right, let's see how many of these I have now. Let's get these put together. Okay. Oh, look at these. They're so cute. Look.
Oh, nice.
There's this one. And this one.
Oops.
And this one.
Very nice.
These colors are great.
Yeah.
Okay, where'd the other one go? Like this. Where are you? There you are. Even this one's an interesting putting this like, I'm not sure if is this like taupe or is it a tan color? What do you think color that is that I put with that pink? It
Well,
looks
from
like a
there, it looks
taupe
like
color.
kind of like tan, but
Yeah. And it's interesting with that pink.
yeah, it looks good. Okay. Of course, I like the purple ones.
Yeah, I do too. Even when they're the purple with the pink even looks great. And this dark blue with this turquoise looks good too.
Hi, So Magic. How you doing?
And then there's this purple with this lighter color, lilac color, I guess. See it?
Oh, yeah. Let me see that one again. Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
even
that's
that
really
looks
pretty.
good together. I
Yeah.
really like this fabric right here.
Yeah, me too. Nice. Day thinks it looks tan also.
Okay.
Lower left pink triangle is what? I don't know. I figure if I bring up my other machine that does embroidery,
Mm-hmm.
I could be right here while it's stitching out. So if something happens.
Yep. Delia says it seems like if I move away from the machine, it decides to break thread. Uh-oh.
Right.
And so Magic says she is glad to be here tonight.
Well, we're glad to have you.
I'm not sure what Denise is talking about.
Me neither. Lower left pink triangle is, I don't know. Look at your pink triangles and see if you can figure it out.
Well, I don't see nothing wrong with this one unless she's talking about the one with the tan on it. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Laura says she finds machine embroidery very addictive. Well, maybe I shouldn't do it then.
I'm happy you guys are sticking with me tonight. It's always weird the first couple of weeks when Nikolai's gone. And he's not left port yet. I haven't heard from him yet, but I know they're going to leave port either tomorrow or Monday. It depends on how quickly they repaired the damages done from that rogue wave they had the other day.
Oh yeah.
He showed me
Uh,
some pictures, and my goodness, it really did tear up those three cabins.
yeah.
Golly, I'm so glad no one was in there when it happened.
I'm going to use my Sew Sampler 10-year anniversary organizer.
Yay! I'm glad I ordered that box.
I know, it's a good box, right?
Yep, it's a
I'm going to
very
use
good
it over
box.
here.
I'm excited because I don't know, I don't know that I'll put that sewing machine organizer on the front here, but I could turn it around and put it on the side of my desk and it'll work just as well. You know what I mean?
Hey, Sean's here. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Good day.
So Magic says that was scary, Katie. Yeah, no kidding. I'm glad it didn't help. And I'm glad I'm sorry that it happened, but I'm glad my husband wasn't on board when it happened.
Right.
It was already bad enough he was on board when that ship crashed into them. I don't need a rogue wave while he's on there, doing the same thing kind of thing.
Yeah, pretty scary.
Laura
Nobody.
says, Day, I agree. Teresa, you have to get your machine out and spend some time embroidering. Hey, Jody, it's good to see you.
Hi, Jody. Yeah, as much as I spent on that darn thing, I should be
Yeah.
using I should be using all the functions on it. And I was thinking I could just take my little featherweight downstairs and use it to sew, because most what I do down there is straight stitch, you know, so.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Jody, can you share your Jody genealogy channel, please? Type exclamation selfie so that they can see your other channel, because Jody has 2 channels. And I'm going to share Sean's channel now.
And Jamie's still here.
I need to share Jamie's
Hey,
too.
Jamie.
Thank you, Jody, for sharing your channel link. What a beautiful horse. Wow, amazing. Yeah. Hey, Jody, hang on a minute. Teresa, would you mind let me spotlight you so she can get a good look at your horse? Because I don't think she's actually seen all of it.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, you're spotlighted.
Okay. Can they see it well enough?
Can you see it okay, Jody? Jody says she's burnt out with her other channel.
Oh yeah, that's a nice big view.
Yeah, it's a nice, good view. Jody says, oh my goodness, love with hearts.
Thank you. Sean's probably going to lurk because he needs to cut some fabric.
Hey, speaking of Sean, Sean, are you ready for some legit kit tomorrow morning?
Yeah, Jamie, I saw you here earlier, but I hadn't seen you comment in a while, but I really haven't been looking at the chat in all fairness. So
Well,
you
I
could have
made sure
been
I
here and I
shared
didn't
your
know it.
channel.
Well, that's cool. Your granddaughter is staying the night. Have fun.
I wish I could see my grands. They're all saying beautiful horse.
Thank you, Happy So.
Sean says, that's what I'm off to go cut fabric for the legit kit. Yeah, I got to go through there and decide which pieces I want to sew on tomorrow, and then find the fabric that goes with it. So I have it all ready to go. See if I can get myself all confused on it. I feel like I'm going to have a nasty headache here directly.
Oh no. You
Because
need to eat something with protein in it.
yeah, I think so, probably. No, it just feels like a headache's coming on. It could be these damn lights too, though. Mainly the one that's in a circle. The other night I couldn't even have it on because it was making my eyes hurt. It's the wrong kind of light. I get that we need the light for the, the live, but my gosh, it's hard on your eyeballs.
Yeah.
Hello, Kevin. Kevin's in here from Tuber Chat.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing, buddy?
Good to see you, Kevin. Linda says, I'm still here. I've been sewing kaleidoscope rows together. I have panels I bought from MSQC many years ago, and 6 panels are dolphins, fish, and 6 panels are forest trees. There are 600 triangles in it. Wow. That's crazy. Did Kevin's channel? Yeah, it got saved. I got it. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Thank you
wow.
for dropping in,
600
Kevin.
triangles.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought 480 were a lot. Because one of the quilt tops I'm taking with me to Denmark to have that's going to get quilted has 480 half square triangles in it. And it also has 484 patch blocks in it.
That's a lot.
It sure is. Tuber chat says, or I mean, Kevin says, 600 triangles? It can't, and Jody says, I cannot even imagine.
I know, right?
Yeah. And Linda says, I'm hoping my eyes uncross soon, laugh out loud. I can imagine.
Yeah.
I bet you don't want to do any more triangles for a while. And Sean says, got it. I had a mental blank. Oh. There we go. Hey, Kevin, I don't know if you knew about this or not, but the channel hit 500,000 views about 4 or 5 days ago.
Wow.
I know, isn't that crazy? I can't imagine 500,000 people looking at anything of mine. That just boggles my brain.
Does it give you an average view time?
It looks like I'm not sure if that's for the whole year or what, but right now for a month I've been sitting at 112, 115,000 views. And it's kind of just like moved around that generalized number. And Linda says, no, 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 but I have a lot of scraps for the next project on May the 7th. Oh, and I bet whose project is on May the 7th? And Laura says, Linda, I'm for sure there is a lot of triangles. Jody says, congratulations, thank you. And Jody says, it's because you're kind, telling. Oh, thank you for that. I am going to be burning up the airways for probably until right up till we get ready to go do our trip to Denmark. Because I'm only going to be able to manage. I haven't figured out how we're going to do the lives from Denmark yet. It'll depend on how good the internet is. But I definitely, the first week we're there, I'll do a live on Thursday because we'll be in the Airbnb. And since Denmark's 6 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, it should be easy enough to do it after it gets dark. Because I'm gonna do a lot of, I'm also planning to get a lot of pre-records done, especially when we go troll hunting.
Oh, I wanted to ask you,
Mm-hmm.
is there any way that you can republish a live?
You can download it. What do you want him to do? Edit it or something?
Well, no. Let's say maybe there's some of your old lives that you would like people to see while you're gone. And is there a way for you to, oh, maybe you could list them as a premiere or something,
I don't know. Is that possible, Kevin, to do that? To take an
or
old live and do as a premiere?
or get it to repost itself. Because I thought about that a lot. Like, I have some videos that are, 4 years old. What people hardly look at them anymore. If I wanted them to, if I wanted to promote that video, is there a way to do it?
That's a really good question. I thought about downloading the ones where I'm showing you how to do something and just like uh, put it in the editor and just cut out the tutorial part of it and cut out all the excess stuff that went with it and just make that a short tutorial. But I don't know if that will get flagged by doing that or not. But that's a
Well,
really good question about whether you can
I,
repost the live or not.
I think you can download a video into your editor and cut it up and change it and then repost it. I don't know why you couldn't do that.
Jody says, I think you're supposed to change it up a bit. Okay. So if you edit one and take out parts and reset it and redo it and all that stuff, that makes
Yeah, that
sense.
makes it a new video.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually a good idea and a very good question. Because there's times when I want to just take out the tutorial parts of my live and turn that into a little mini tutorial.
Right. Yeah, like I would like to go in and cut out the parts where I making my project bags and stuff,
Yeah, yeah.
and just make it a tutorial just on doing that without all
Yep.
the other stuff going
Yeah,
on.
and just edit out all the stuff that's not pertinent to the subject, because we tell a lot of jokes and we tell stories and, we get off on some things. You know how it is with me.
It's with all of us. Everybody that does a live.
Yep. We get off track there for a little bit. I mean, I wasted the first hour of this live. What was I doing? Talking.
Well,
Uh,
you were talking about upcoming things and giving instructions and stuff,
yep.
that's different.
And So Magic also says push it through a post. Could you do a voiceover as well? Yeah, that's a very, I don't know why you couldn't because when I'm editing my Greenland videos that I'm going to post online, I put music, I put music to the videos. And if there's any, you know how when you're okay, here's an example. I'm flying in a helicopter and I'm videoing what I'm seeing. You can hear the sound of the helicopter. So when I put it in the editor, I turn off the sound from the video itself and then I add music to it so that you have music with the flight and not the noise from the helicopter. So I don't know why you couldn't turn the sound off on already done video and then put your own voiceover in it. I would think you should be able to do that.
Yeah, I would do that with the bags that I make
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
think that would be
Yeah.
a good idea.
What's up, Willa? You need to go potty or something?
That's what Nora needed to do a minute ago. Can we not do this in my channel, please? Please leave it outside the channel. People can find out about it on their own way.
And I think if that was true, my husband would have hollered up and said something. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I'll have to check that out later.
This is not a news station or channel. Sorry, guys.
No?
We don't want to hear about it, though. That's what we're saying. It is a place for safe place, Goblin, but it's not for the telling the news. People will find out on their own. One doesn't have nothing to do with the other. And I'm sorry if I offended you, but yeah, I don't want we were having a discussion and you came in and dropped that. Now, where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, how to do videos. Voiceovers. Yeah. Has anyone tried to do the voiceover on a video before? If you have, let us know in the chat. Hey, Lainey.
Well, I would say thanks for letting us know. We appreciate it. But sometimes things like that can cause other things to snowball into the chat that we don't want to promote.
Exactly. Exactly. I just don't want to have that discussion.
Because that, I would have to leave.
Yep.
Let's just put it that way.
And I don't want people leaving over this. Yeah, see what Cynthia says. We really don't want to talk about the news on a sewing channel.
Well, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Is it?
Yeah.
See, what time is it my time? It's almost midnight here. In 3 minutes, it will be 12 a.m.
Well, I feel like I got a lot done today.
You did. And that horse is, oh my God.
Thank
It
you.
is so wonderful. Sorry, guys, if I sounded mean. I didn't mean to come off mean. I'm very sorry for that. Uh-oh, Delia just retracted something. Teresa,
Oh,
you have outdone yourself on the horse.
well, thank you.
Delia. I think you should enter that in a quilt show.
I will. If I get it done.
Yeah, it is beautiful. Have you got given it any thought on how you plan on quilting it?
I don't know that I'm even going to quilt it.
Oh, you might not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might put it behind glass, frame it.
Mm-hmm. That would be a great idea. Are you going to hang it above your sofa?
I would, but there's a big window there, so I can't.
Oh, well, we were joking around about that tiger, remember?
Well, the tiger I could do because it would be different. The tiger
Oh,
would still
okay.
be a quilt.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's see. Katie, your channel, your rules. Thank you, Delia. And then Janice says, we love you, Katie, and you're very well respected. Thank you for that. Yes, the horse collage is amazing, says So Magic. And then Cynthia says, I use iMovie to make my videos. I can do voiceover on it. Oh, cool. And then So Magic says, I give it an A plus with extra credit. Talking about your horse.
Oh,
That's awesome.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have one more to pin and then we can finish sewing these. And we'll have some more hourglass. Hey, Delia, I bet you're wondering when I'm going to get this finished. I'm excited because I'm getting closer to thinking that we're going to get rows sewn together. And then I need to really decide if I want to put a fifth block on that row or not. Can't decide. But I already made enough blocks to do a 5x7. So there's that. Lynn, you are only allowed to say orange.
You're not even allowed to say that when I'm here.
Get to
Nope.
it, says Delia. I think what I'm gonna do next week is as I'm putting this whole thing together, I think I'm gonna show you a couple examples of background. I probably could use background um backing. And Delia says, I think that is inappropriate. Anyway, I was thinking I would show you guys a couple of what I have in mind for doing on the back of this particular quilt here, as far as backing, because I think that maybe I have to go in the craft room and look because the yardage that's on yardage boards were behind plastic in the shelves when so I think there's no worry about glass on those. There should be no glass behind that plastic because I had covered up the shelf with plastic. So I'm thinking that I have I have a red speckled one and I also have a white speckle, I think, and one or the other one would probably work as a backing for the back of the quilt. What do you think? It's either that or pull out a bunch of fat quarters and sew them all together to make a backing.
No, I think that would be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just need somebody to help me do the math on how many fat quarters it would take to cover the back of it, and plus have the extra that you have to have for the long armor, which is usually what, 5 additional inches or something for the back along with the bounding.
Well, I would contact your long armor and find out what they want.
Okay.
Because some of them want 4 inches extra all the way around.
Yeah, I thought it would be like that all the way around, either 4 or 5 inches.
Yeah. But some don't need as much.
Okay. I'll email her and find out what she requires. She already put me on the books because I told her I would drop everything off on the 30th and then pick it back up on the 2nd. At least 4 inches all the way around.
Depending on how big the quilt is, sometimes, I tell people, well, I'd like to have at least 2.
At least
But
2? Okay.
But you know, my frame is 10 foot.
Yeah.
And so if the quilt is like 96 inches, let's say, um, that's not going to give me much on either side. You know what I
Delia,
mean?
this one is going to be, I wrote the measurements down because we already been discussing this. It's going to be a queen size, I can tell you that. Um, let me get back to you on it because I wrote them down somewhere.
But I would definitely just call the long armor or email her or whatever and ask her what her requirements are, because they really are different,
Okay.
you know.
I think it's going to be 96 by something. I have to find I wrote it down in a tablet, and the tablet I think might be in the bedroom. But I'll get back to you on answering that question, Delia. For me, 2 at a minimum, prefer 3 to 5 inches is so magic. Okay, so I wasn't thinking too big then when I said 5 inches.
Right.
I know when we did the Stronger Together quilt, my friend that did all that fancy um hand-on quilting she did, I think I put 5 or 6 inches all the way around it. And then when we cut it off, I'm like, wow, I can reuse some of this.
Right. Okay. So here's the reason I like less. Because I don't like using the customer's fabric to test my tension.
Okay.
Okay. So with that extra batting or backing, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of times you can, you know, test your tension on that. Well, as soon as you do that, then that ruins that fabric, that piece of fabric,
Oh,
right?
got you.
So what I do is if I have 2 to 3 inches instead of 4 to 6 or whatever, I put actually less on the left-hand side than I do
Mm-hmm.
the right-hand side,
Yeah.
because I make a little quilt sandwich that's
Mm-hmm.
pretty narrow with my own fabric and all that. And that's where I do all my testing before I even touch the customer's quilt. So that's why I personally like less, a little bit less,
Yeah.
you know, especially, which I can do that myself. You know, I'll end up with 2 inches on the left-hand side and 6 inches on the right-hand side, because I need more room on the left-hand side of my frame
Oh, okay. Got you.
for testing tension. That's how
Okay.
I do it.
Okay. That
But
makes sense. Okay. I'll contact her and ask her what she needs, and I'll make sure about that. Cynthia, so when you do a live and say you need to silence someone because they're a troll or whatever, or something, or it's inappropriate language or whatever, you can remove the language, number one, and number two, if they keep repeating the same offense, like keep coming back, you can block them. Now they can still come watch your lives, they just can't speak because you've blocked them. You block and mute them, and then they can't say anything.
okay, let me clarify that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Teresa knows. Teresa's been doing this longer than me.
Um, if you're a moderator on the channel or the channel owner and you block somebody, that is going to block them from you, not your channel.
Yeah.
Okay, so that, let's say Sherry blocks Day. Well, Sherry
No,
will, I know, not that this is going to happen. Sherry will not be able to see Day anywhere on any channel. Okay, no matter where she goes, she will never see Day again because
that means in
she,
anyone's channel, right?
that on anybody's channel, yeah. The only for Sherry, not everybody else, just for Sherry. So that's what blocking does. You're blocking the user from yourself,
Yeah,
not from the channel. Okay. So if you're a moderator and you want to totally get rid of that person from your channel so nobody can see them, you click on hide user from channel. Okay. And that will keep them from being able to chat on that channel.
yeah,
You personally, Sherry, will still be able to see that person on other people's channel. You just will not be able to see it over on Katie's anymore by doing hide user,
yeah.
because that's a channel function and not a user function,
Yep.
basically. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, yes, you clarified. You made better clarification because I'm still learning with this stuff. I know I got an email from someone day before yesterday saying that she's been speaking to me, but I never answer her, and it's in more than one channel that she's not seeing me answer her in. And so I'm thinking, well, I don't remember doing a overall my platform or an overall on my YouTube platform of blocking her. So I went and I looked to see if she was in there. She's not there. I went straight to the Google account. I looked there. I looked in my YouTube channel itself, and where we hide
Yeah.
people or mute where they can't speak. Her name's not there either, so I don't know why she can't see me talking. So I'm thinking it's
Uh,
something on her end.
she can't see you talking,
She
or
says she can't see. She says she speaks to me and I don't answer her, and it's
uh,
in multiple channels that it happens in. So it sounds to me like it's something on her end. Maybe she accidentally blocked me.
well, then she wouldn't be able to see you chatting.
That's true because she sees me talking to other people.
Right. So she's
So why?
blocked somewhere on yours end.
Then I need to look. I need to dig deeper. Then I thought I dug as deep as I could.
There's a couple of different places in the studio. There's like hide user, and then there's another one that's a block thing.
Okay, I'll look again because I couldn't find her name. I could find all the fools that you and I, all of us have blocked. And Denise says the block button is really easy to hit on the phone. Yeah. It's also easy to hit on your computer if the channel is slamming fast and you're trying to click on the right hand side of someone's name so that you can block them. And you might easily hit the wrong name.
Yeah, and also you don't have to be a moderator to block somebody,
Yeah.
because blocking is just for you personally. So you can do it wherever you want, and it's not going to affect the channel for everybody else. Everybody else is still going to be able to see that person. You just won't be able to. So, uh,
I really need to fix this one.
and it used to be, and I don't know if it's the same anymore, but it used to be that when you block somebody or you hid user from the channel, it just automatically reported them.
Yeah. Now you have to go through the step of reporting them if they're harassing you.
And, I normally don't report anybody unless they keep coming back.
Yeah.
You know, if they have like 20 channels that are all kind of the same, similar, you know, it's the same person, then I'll report it. But otherwise, I usually don't. Well, unless they are really nasty.
Yeah.
If they say something really nasty, then I probably would.
Used to be, you know, when in the IRC days, if you wanted someone not to come into your channel, you could actually ban them from your channel. But YouTube doesn't have it fixed that way we can do that.
Well, you can hide user from the channel.
Yeah. But they still can come and watch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because it doesn't keep them from coming in.
But they can't comment or chat.
Yeah, they just can't chat or anything.
Right.
In the IRC channel, if you did that ban them, they couldn't come in at all, period.
Oh. Huh.
They couldn't even come in to sit and watch. The bots on those channels would just automatically kick them right back out again.
Well, look at it this way. If it's somebody you didn't want in your channel and they're coming in anyway and watching, you're getting credit for it.
Exactly. And I don't care if, as long as they, you know, if they're devoiced where they can't cause trouble, I don't care if they watch me or not. They can watch me and I get watch hours from that. So
right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're hurting you.
Yeah.
I can imagine, you know, having nothing better to do than go to somebody's channel to look for things, you know, to complain about, you know.
Yeah.
That is so childish, you know, reminds me of grade school.
My favorite ones are the ones that come in and the first thing they say is, "Hi, lady," or "Hi, grandma." And I'm like, that's a child in the channel. That's a dad giveaway. Because I remember having to correct my son because there was a thing, you know how kids pick up little things at school and it just goes through the whole population like wildfire. He would come home and he'd say, "Hey, lady." And I'm like, "Excuse me?" "Well, that's what they call their moms." I said, "I'm your mother, not your lady."
Really? I've never heard anybody call their mom lady.
He would come home and say, "Hey, lady, I had a good day at school."
That's funny.
And it's a kid thing. I mean, he was really young when he was doing that. And it was because it was going around the school. They were all calling their parents that. Julia says, "People being vulgar, nothing better to do." Yep.
Yeah.
Lady says, "I love the sewing talk and I love being in chat rooms on YouTube, especially when it has to do with sewing." Yeah, see?
Yes.
You come for some sewing.
Oh boy.
We're about to see how many hourglass blocks I have now because we might have enough to do some blocks here directly once I decide how to sew them together. You getting tired, Teresa?
Yeah, what time?
Yep, I'm thinking in about 15 minutes we'll be, well, he starts his live at 15 till 1 my time, so.
Oh, you're going live on somebody else's channel?
Yeah, I'm gonna go hop on because I want to work on this. I want to really spend some time working on this Katie's Creative Chaos, but will eat while I'm on his live because I have something
Oh,
sitting in the microwave waiting on something's calling my name.
is it William?
Yeah.
William's channel?
Yeah, I'm gonna just dump everybody into William's channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Sure. Just leave me. I see how you are.
Oh, did you want to sew longer? Because you were over there yawning, so I thought you were done. Oh, you're yanking my chain, aren't you?
I'm not hungry. I'm just tired and I'm thinking, what am I going to cook for Brandon? Hey, you know who feeds you dinner, right? I bet Daddy's taking another nap. 'Cause I do
Yeah, I
not.
bet she's like, you need to feed me too.
No, that's Daddy's job. That's Daddy's job.
Well, we might have enough. Let's see here. You know what I'm going to do? I think I am going to mix these back up again. Put that there because now I want to mix some stuff. Let's see how many hourglass blocks we have now. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and let's divide that by 7. 7 will go into 34 times with 2 left over. So there's enough there to do 3 blocks. No, 4 blocks. Good deal. Wait, I'm missing some. Uh-oh, someone's leaving. And hi, Candace. It's good to see you. Dee says, night, everyone. Have a great Sunday. Cindy Surratt, Delia, and thank you for coming in and hanging with me tonight. And Cynthia says, is it already time for William? We're getting close. He starts at 12:45 my time, and right now it's 12:21. So we still have a few more minutes. I'm gonna milk this for all it's worth. And then Candace just came in. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. And Terry says, hi to Candace. Denise says, YouTube is manipulating the views count. Don't know if it's to boost them amongst other social media or program glitch. Used to be able to leave YouTube and something.
Good night, Day. Hello, Candace.
All right, let's get the design board back out and let's play around a little bit. I definitely want to use that one as a, so there's enough for 4. So let me pick 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be a contender.
Oh, did you do your poll before we
No, I
go?
need to do that. Yeah, I put it up, but I didn't check it. So let me check it real quick. Where is my poll? Because I know I set one up. Uh-oh, it's gone. Oh, no! When did that
How
happen?
many years have you been sewing? Okay, 5 years is 21%. 6 to 10 years is 15%.
How did it stop?
11 to 20 is 10%. And 21 plus years is 54%. Wow.
Wow. How many votes was that?
48. 48.
Nice.
Huh. You can't see it at all, huh?
No, it's like it disappeared. That's weird. It's like it's
Oh,
not there anymore. That's not the only thing that's not there. My little entry message I put up in pin, it's not there either.
oh,
It must
okay.
be something to do with this browser. Let me look on my other browser.
As a continuation to Denise's other comment, she says, I used to be able to leave YouTube and video would continue to play. Now it stops and I have to push play and the live button to continue watching. Huh.
Well,
I
now I
know
can see.
it does that on my TV. Like if it doesn't detect any movement or something, uh, it'll go, are you still watching?
Yeah,
And
I don't have.
if I don't answer right, I don't know how long it takes, then the TV turns off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. You put the poll thing up.
Yeah, I had to go to the other browser to find it. So I don't know why it's not showing on that one. Very weird. It's because this laptop, I have the other browser on the other laptop that's slowly dying on me. And this kind of thing starts happening where it gets all flaky and weird.
Denise, they in the analytics of a YouTube channel person, they only give them credit for one of your views. So it doesn't matter how many times you go in and out. Um, if you're using the same account, then she only gets credit for one time. It will accumulate your watch time,
Yeah, now
but
on watch hours, you can watch someone's video 50 billion times, and every time you watch their video, the owner of that channel video gets watch hours for that.
right. But that's not necessarily the same as getting paid for it.
No, it's not. I don't know if you get paid for it. Well, the paying for it has to do with ads
Right,
and whether or not the viewer bothers to let the ads run. If they
right.
click skip, you're probably not going to make anything.
No, you don't make as much. It depends. They need to let it run for at least 30 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. At
Like
least,
I would let ads run that are like 1 to 2 minutes. But then
mhm.
they started having some of these ads were like a whole video, 54 minutes. I'm like, why would I want to watch an ad that's
I
54
know,
minutes, you
right?
know?
It's like if you don't
That's,
hit that skip button, it just keeps on running for that
yeah.
same one.
And even though I'm like I don't watch ads. But even so, you still, if I watch your video, you're still getting something for me watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Not as much, but
I can't see what I'm doing. Something's missing. Oh, I know what's missing. It's the Zoom I can't see.
hey
There it
Raven,
is.
how are you doing?
Who just came in?
Raven,
Hey, Raven.
I think I just answered that. Yeah, if the viewer has premium and doesn't see ads, they still get some money for it. It's just not as much, like a quarter of a penny or something. I
Yeah,
don't know what
it's
it is.
very little.
It's pretty low, but
Yeah, it's very
it's
little.
still better than nothing, you know.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Anything's better than nothing. That's why I don't complain. Because eventually, maybe my channel will start producing a little bit of income. Right now, it's no big deal.
I don't know, Denise, because I can leave my laptop running, and even if the video that I was watching stops, it automatically plays the next one in, you know, next recommended video. So it just keeps going and going and going and going. So I don't know if that's something in your settings or what. Yeah, I would. Well, if it's a really short ad during a live, like 30 seconds, I would probably let it run. And then once the live comes back on, I would just click on the live button to make sure I'm, you know, really live. But that's just me, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on the ad too. Some ads I don't want to see.
I
Okay.
know what you mean. That's not what I wanted. There's too much blue in here. Let's switch this out. Let's put this one here. Maybe I'll put this down here and put this one here and then stick a green one right in the middle of it. Or, yeah, let's find a green. Ooh. How about this one? No, that'll work. It's funny. By the way, these are not getting sewn. They're all I'm going to do is sew sets of 3 together. That's it. Because these sets of 3 goes on one side of the block, one side of the 9-patch block, and then it goes on the other. It goes on the top side and on the left side, and then down over on the corner is one hourglass, which I've set aside over here. In case you're wondering what it is I'm doing, and you're like, are you really going to sew all those together? No. They're just going to get sewn this way, and that's it. And now what time is it? Because I got to watch my time. All right.
6:31.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask about anything before we get ready to head out to William's channel? Let me know. And let me see if I missed anything in the last 2 or 3 minutes that I didn't catch. See, you know what I like to do is if I get behind, like with Teresa's had, which I need to catch up on. Teresa's had, how many lives have you done in the last 3 weeks? Is it 4? You think, or 6?
4 or 5 at least, I think.
Yes. And I'll go look for her last 5 or 6 videos, and if she's got them in a playlist, I'll play the entire playlist back to back of each other and watch all of them. And because that gives her watch hours. And that's how any viewer can go and find a playlist on a creator that you like and run that entire playlist, and that gives that person watch hours. Even if you sat through a live, like what you're sitting through right now, which I've caught some of, I come in late on Teresa's live. A lot of us do this. And so we missed part of the live. You go back and watch, you can go back and rewatch the entire video as a replay, and the creator gets credit for that person who sat through that entire replay, even though they might have been in the live earlier in the week. That counts. My money is on Bobbin Sew Magic. Laugh Out Loud says Sew Magic. And Raven says, same, Cynthia, we rarely win. You know who I like to play the games in is Danny's channel, because if I do the gamble one, I always win in there, but I always get killed in Mona's channel. It's so funny. Can we go to the stream that you're going? Yes, I have set this up. Listen, when I shut this live down, it's going to send you to William's channel. It'll post a link and say, go to William's channel or something like that. And just follow it, and you'll end up in his channel. That's all you got to do. You do not go. Sorry, guys. You don't have to go look up his channel. My channel will direct you to his channel because I set it up that way. Raven says, I'm never home when Mona is live. I miss Mona's. It's because I'm sleeping when she's doing a live. So I have to go watch her replays. Because So Magic says, I won! Exclamation! Teresa, did you want me to go longer, or do you want to trudge over to William?
Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I'll send you some info for next week, okay?
Okay. Tuesday is if you want to go live with me on Tuesday.
Yes. Tell me what time I need to go find. You're going to email me or what?
Yeah, because Tuesday's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. You hear that, you guys? You got to go see Teresa on Tuesday to wish her a happy birthday. You need to turn your super chat on, woman.
No.
Please. Then we can dump some money on you for your birthday.
Nah. Then it'd be like having a job.
I understand. Well,
All right. Well,
I'm gonna have to get your snail mail address then. I know somebody that makes some beautiful birthday cards.
I'm thinking about going live about 11 o'clock.
That would be AM, right?
Yeah.
Not so you're on Pacific time.
So that would be like 5 or 6 o'clock for you.
Yeah. Just send me an email and I'll make sure I'll be there on Tuesday. It's not this Tuesday, is it?
Yeah.
No.
The 28th.
Let's see if you started it. Is there any way you can start it a little earlier?
Like 10 o'clock?
If you started at 10, that would be 4 o'clock my time. Because what it is I have my once a month crochet thing going on Tuesday. I think. Wait. Because
What? Yeah, what? I forgot about that.
I invited you because you're crocheting. Or I thought you were anyway. Maybe I'm just dreaming here. But if you move it up 1 hour, it won't bump into that. Let me make sure. No? I'm almost sure I set up a live. Hang on a second. Let me look at my Zoom. Because we had to move it because I was sick when we were supposed to do it. Yeah. What I could do is I might could move it maybe 30 minutes back. What it is Amanda is on European time. So she's the one I have to worry about. Do you think you could move it up an hour?
Yeah. Do you have it scheduled?
Yeah, it's scheduled for April 28th, starting at 7:30 p.m. And I
Which is,
thought you should have gotten a Zoom email from me on that
oh,
because
I'm sure I did. Hold on a
I
second.
put your name on here. Yeah, your name's in the email thing.
Well, let me do some checking because I also have a sewing meeting that day. So I have to look and see.
Well, if not, what I can do is come and stay as long as I can and then start my live afterwards. Could do that. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to be crocheting. So I can stay as long as I can and then like 15 minutes before the live starts, I'll zip on out because I want to be on your live too. Yeah. Anything to help a friend. Well, work with a friend. You know what I meant.
Okay, so okay, I see you are coming on at 1:30
Yep.
my time on
So
the
it's
20th.
11, 12.
Okay.
You might get done before I have to leave. I don't know. You usually run yours about what, 2 hours or 3?
2 hours at least, probably.
Yeah, so you might be done by the time it's time for me to start.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's not so and so we'll be crocheting. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. Just send me the link and I'll be there.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
All
All right,
right.
everyone. This is where I'm going to say, remember, live, laugh, love, and dream. What do you do with that? You do something beautiful, or you make something beautiful, or go do something beautiful for someone else, because you never know, that might change their whole world. So have a great evening, and I'll see you over on William's channel. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Thanks, Katie.
Thank you for having me, Teresa.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.